Chapter 605. The third true inheritance had high value, because it talked about lifespan extension methods. As the saying goes, living a bad life is better than dying of old age. Apart from special reasons, there was no one who didn't want to live and live longer. Gu masters could cultivate, and at rank 6, they could change the essence of their life, but they could not directly increase their lifespan. Ever since the development of Gu path, countless capable people had researched all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Qingmao Mountain's Guyue generation chose to turn into a zombie. Or Southern Border's demonic path Gu master century boy, using return to childhood Gu to strengthen himself, he had the appearance of a child to reduce the loss of his lifespan. These methods were only the common methods of mortals. Gu immortals had even more profound methods. The third true inheritance was a lifespan extension method for Gu immortals. The one who created it was none other than Giant Sun Immortal. The lifespan extension method created by an immortal venerable. It was easy to imagine the value of this true inheritance. According to the true inheritance's contents, on a certain day, Giant Sun Immortal had a flash of inspiration and activated this wondrous idea. He named this immortal method, possession. The core was a rank 6 possession immortal Gu. Other than that, there were all sorts of rank 5 mortal Gu, amounting to 3,000. To think that the origin of possession immortal Gu is here. Fang Yuan's heart pounded. In his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, possession immortal Gu shined brightly. Several high-ranked Gu immortals extended their lifespan and changed the situation of the 5 regions. Possession immortal Gu might be rank 6, but it was a crucial Gu worm that could change the situation of the world. In an instant, Fang Yuan had an impulse. This was the origin of possession immortal Gu. As long as he took it away, he would be able to control the source. During the 5 regions chaotic war, if he sold possession immortal Gu, who knew how much benefits he could obtain? Especially with his previous life's memories, he knew who needed this possession immortal Gu the most. As long as he used it well, the benefits would be unimaginable. But soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. The special will on the big soul worm transmitted more information. This true inheritance. It was only an empty shell. Inside was possession immortal Gu and the 3,000 mortal Gu. They had all been taken away by others before they could do so. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were the 88 true inheritances set up by the Giant Sun Immortal. But after so many years, a portion of them had been destroyed. They were taken away by people one after another. Mo Ya once said that when she was still alive, when she explored the 88-point Jinyang Tower, out of the 88 true teachings, there were still 53 left behind. Mo Yao was an influential figure from 10,000 years ago. Although it was difficult to clear the 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were very few people who managed to reach the level of 10 points. But as time went by, there would always be some capable people. He entered the true inheritance secret realm. The number of true disciples left behind was definitely less than 53. This is the Great Soul Worm's special ability. As they conversed, Fang Yuan's pupils dilated slightly. Although the true inheritance had been taken away, the special will that Fang Yuan had wrung out had made a shocking discovery. Using the soul to possess the body is merely a struggle at death's door. Death is unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan Gu is the most important. But a Gu master's cultivation was to plunder heaven and earth, gathering resources to support themselves, thus it was a truly heaven-defying path. Maybe this is the reason for heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But it is also because of this that eternal life that surpasses longevity is a worthy goal for me. Thinking of this, there was a fire burning in his heart. He became even more spirited. Immortal venerables and demon venerables could only live forever, but his goal was an even higher level of eternal life. This was a realm that even venerables could not reach. Using the words of a person in Fang Yuan's previous life, that was fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was an endless joy. Only when the tide hits the reef can it create beautiful waves. Humans could only feel the brilliance of life through constant struggles. In his previous life, Fang Yuan, he was only rank 6, but close to rank 7. He had never looked up to rank 9 existences in the past. It was because he had great ambitions. Here, he saw the other side of an immortal venerable or demon venerable: fatigue, weakness, helplessness. This stimulated his fighting spirit even more. The true inheritance in front of him was already an empty shell, it was not worth wasting time on. Fang Yuan continued to search. Next, he found 2 ordinary inheritances, they were related to wisdom path. These 2 true inheritances had 2 rank 6 immortal gu. One was false emotion fake will gu. The other was love of children gu. Giant Sun Immortal's wisdom path attainment was extremely deep, this was something everyone knew. Especially in the aspect of love gu. He carried on the past and created many new gu recipes. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem, collecting beauties and making all the women in the world fall in love with him. This showed the power of love gu. These 2 true inheritances. They were not what Fang Yuan wanted, he chose to let them go. Strange, didn't they say that this true inheritance secluded domain not only has ordinary true inheritances, but also unparalleled true inheritances? Why haven't I found a single unparalleled true inheritance after searching for so long? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao in confusion. During this period of time, Mo Yao did not speak. It was as if he was affected by the possession immortal art true inheritance, his fighting spirit had dissipated. She had been hiding in Fang Yuan's mind all this time. After hearing Fang Yuan's question, she showed her vague figure and said indifferently, how long has it been and you are already impatient? Back then, I explored this place for a full 3 months. True inheritance secluded domain is very wide, all the true inheritances are moving, there are very few supreme true inheritances, it is normal that you can't find any. Be patient, lad. Fang Yuan asked again, speaking of which, you also came here back then, tell me what good inheritances you found. This was what he wanted to ask. I have come into contact with many true inheritances, but in this place, the true inheritances are flying everywhere and their locations are not fixed, it is useless to tell you. You can only rely on luck to explore. Pay attention to time, the more true inheritances you come into contact with and the longer you stay here, the faster these true inheritances will fly and the more dangerous your situation will be. Back then, I was a gu immortal, but I could only stay here for 3 months and almost died. When Mo Yao said this, there was a lingering fear in his tone. Even you almost died here. Fang Yuan immediately grasped the main point of the conversation. Lad, you are immortal, you are too weak. I estimate you can only see 8 true inheritances and stay here for a month at most. Now that you have seen 5 true inheritances, you need to be careful. Mo Yao vaguely reminded. Chapter 606. Unparalleled True Inheritance. Looking at the blazing white light lump, Fang Yuan's gaze brightened. He quickly took out special will gu and a big soul worm. He condensed a will and injected it into the big soul worm, watching it fly towards the true inheritance light lump. Unparalleled true inheritance is superior to ordinary true inheritances, I want to see what is the difference. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with excitement and anticipation. But something unexpected happened. The big soul worm and the true inheritance light lump got closer and closer, but Fang Yuan felt the connection between him and the big soul worm getting weaker and weaker. When the big soul worm was not even 300 steps away, its connection with Fang Yuan was completely cut off. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked, looking at the unparalleled true inheritance following its previous trajectory, flying forward leisurely. And the big soul worm he released was motionless. It was not appropriate to say it was destroyed, but no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it quietly floated without any sound. This unparalleled true inheritance is not simple, you need to be careful. In his mind, Mo Yao's will also lightly exclaimed, warning him. What is going on? Fang Yuan was curious. He rushed to the big soul worm and carefully approached it, inspecting it in detail. The great soul worm wasn't injured, but the will it imbued with had dissipated completely. The big soul worm was a rank 2 gu. After being refined by Fang Yuan, its wild will was expelled. Fang Yuan's will occupied its body, thus he could move it like an extension of his body. But now, Fang Yuan's will, including the special will condensed from special will gu, had mysteriously disintegrated, not leaving a trace behind. The big soul worm had become a blank object. Anyone could instantly refine it by injecting a trace of will. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan could not move it no matter what. The previous few times, Fang Yuan had used special will to probe the true inheritance, cleverly avoiding the true inheritance test. This method had been tried and tested many times. But to think that before he could even probe the unparalleled true inheritance, he fell into a trap. Just what was hidden in this unparalleled true inheritance, to be able to completely clear Fang Yuan's will? Oh, I remember. So it's him. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, Mo Yao suddenly spoke. Soon after, she giggled. Kid, I should say that you're lucky. Or is it better to be unfortunate? There aren't many or few unparalleled inheritances, but you just had to encounter the most special one. Please advise me. Fang Yuan's expression calmed down. I've seen this legacy before, and it left a deep impression on me. I spent a lot of effort to get close to it. This is a rank 7 immortal gu personally refined by Giant Sun Immortal, called Human Chi Gu. The power was mysterious. It could even be said to be strange. Even I had to pay a great price to understand it back then, Mo Yao lamented. When Mo Yao was alive, she was a rank 7 gu immortal, a famous fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But to get close to this true inheritance, she had to pay a great price. Fang Yuan was now immortal. It was natural that he could not even get close to it. Human Chi Gu. Fang Yuan muttered this crucial name. He suddenly realized something, asking, is it related to the 3 Chi of immortal ascension? Kid, you guessed correctly. Mo Yao sighed, explaining, when a gu immortal becomes an immortal, they pay attention to the 3 Chi of heaven, earth, and man. During immortal ascension, to completely shatter the aperture and take in heaven and earth Chi. The more heaven and earth Chi they take in, the higher the gu immortal's achievements. But heaven and earth Chi cannot be absorbed endlessly, they must be equal to human Chi. And human Chi is the sum of a gu master's accumulation. The true inheritance test was extremely difficult. Even a reborn old monster like Fang Yuan almost failed, not to mention those people. What was even more abnormal was, even if they passed the true inheritance test, would this true inheritance coincidentally suit them? Not necessarily. Those who could reach this step were usually dragons among dragons, phoenixes among phoenixes, heroes among heroes, having talent, temperament, and opportunities. Such people had high aspirations, they would naturally want to see more and choose more. Like this, when they could no longer stay in true inheritance secluded domain, it would be too late for regrets. Perhaps, he might even die here. The flying speed of the true inheritance is getting faster and faster, you still have one last chance. No matter what true inheritance it is, quickly take it and leave. Not good, quickly leave. Mo Yao was advising, but his tone suddenly changed as he shouted. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a true inheritance. It was the size of an adult, shining with 7-colored profound light as it flew towards him. In the dark secluded domain, it dragged out a long and dazzling flame tail. The light lump the size of a bowl was an ordinary true inheritance. The light lump the size of a wash basin was an unparalleled true inheritance. Then what was the light lump the size of an adult? In Fang Yuan's mind, lightning flashed, and 4 words appeared, Supreme Inheritance. Chapter 607. Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, his gaze shining brightly. He was still 1,000 steps away from the true inheritance light lump, but Fang Yuan could already feel the surging aura of the true inheritance. This was a feeling that ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the influence of this aura, thoughts moved in Fang Yuan's mind, countless thoughts appeared out of nowhere, and memories flashed in his mind. If it was during normal times, his mind would be like a deep pool. But at this moment, thoughts surged in his mind like a majestic waterfall, suddenly crashing into the deep pool. Thoughts surged, creating waves. This feeling was incomparably mystical, and Fang Yuan could not find the right words to describe it for a moment. The memories buried deep in his heart all came to life, the dust on the surface was blown away, and each and every one of them was vivid and lifelike, appearing in his mind with incomparable clarity. Large amounts of inspiration flashed in his mind, and many strange and wondrous ideas appeared out of nowhere in Fang Yuan's mind. Some of the difficulties that he had encountered during his cultivation were instantly overcome under the flashes of inspiration. Fang Yuan's heart involuntarily surged with an incomparably strong sense of self-confidence. This was an incomparably mystical feeling, as if he could control everything, as if he could solve all problems. This was a unique power, causing people to involuntarily be immersed in it. Lad, quickly wake up, I also know how intoxicating this feeling is. If you don't want to die, don't be immersed in it. Quickly look at yourself. In his mind, Mo Yao shouted. This voice reminded Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he immediately turned pale with fright. In just a short period of time, his body became weak and exhausted. Wrinkles appeared on his originally smooth forehead, and his originally strong and powerful arms were covered with a layer of old and withered feeling. He was becoming even thinner and weaker. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might still be immersed in this mystical feeling. And ignore the changes in his body. Could this Gu be? In Fang Yuan's mind, an incomparably shocking answer appeared. At the same time, he activated his movement Gu and rapidly retreated. True inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of Gu worms. The peerless true legacy did not chase after Fang Yuan, but flew in a straight line. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from him. With lingering fear in his heart, he watched as this supreme true inheritance tore through the dark sky and flew far away. And this is just the aura of a supreme legacy, yet I almost lost myself in it and died on the spot. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed. He had connected the peerless true inheritance of human Qi Gu. They couldn't even get close. As for supreme true inheritances, it was even more difficult to reach. Putting aside getting close to it, if he were to get even a little closer, the aura that leaked out from it would nearly take his life. Just as Mo Yao had said, Fang Yuan in the mortal realm was too weak. Although the inheritance was good, he did not have the ability to bear it. It was like a bee gathering honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, it could drown the bees. This supreme inheritance's immortal Gu, don't tell me, it's that legendary Gu. Fang Yuan spoke, he was almost 80% sure. But this answer was too shocking, he did not dare to believe it. He. Mo Yao laughed, lad, you guessed right. Back then. I also did not dare to believe it, but the truth is right in front of you, you have no choice but to believe it. That's right, the immortal Gu in this supreme true inheritance is the legendary rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. It was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. This was a rank 9 immortal Gu, it could give the Gu master endless wisdom. But one had to use it. The price was extremely high. The Legends of Ren Zhu clearly recorded that Ren Zhu and Desolate In Gu Yue had offered their Middle Ages to it, thus obtaining its help. That is to say, one had to use Wisdom Gu. One had to expend their lifespan. Before Fang Yuan even got close to it, his lifespan was decreasing, wrinkles appeared on his body, his mortal body was aging rapidly in a short period of time. To Fang Yuan, Wisdom Gu was a true life reaper. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal obtained it back then, and what shocking method did he use to seal it here. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal thought of all sorts of methods to extend his lifespan. It must be because he used wisdom goo too much. Fang Yuan sighed. Mo Yao sighed. The reason why Giant Sun Immortal used wisdom goo, I'm afraid there was only one motive, that was to extend his lifespan. Unfortunately, the more wisdom goo was used, the shorter his lifespan became. He did not get the answer he wanted in the end. According to historical records, Giant Sun Immortal lived for over 8,000 years, but he still died in the end. 8,000 years old was already above average among rank 9 venerables. The one with the longest lifespan was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He was only 3,000 years old. The other venerables had an average lifespan of around 7,000 years. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there are 3 supreme true inheritances. Tell me, what do the other 2 true inheritances look like? I really want to see them. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao could hear something amiss in his tone. He quickly urged, "Lad, don't think blindly, you should take one of the ordinary true inheritances and leave. You only have the 10-edge owner token, you can only take ordinary true inheritances. Even if you pass the test of the unparalleled true inheritances, you won't be able to take them. Not to mention the supreme true inheritances, your frail little body can't even withstand their aura." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Now that you say that, I want to see them even more. This is an extremely rare opportunity. If I miss it, I might not get another chance." "Lad, are you crazy? Do you know, in just a short while, you lost at least 2 years of lifespan? If you continue to waste time like this, when the true inheritances fly away like meteors, not only will you not get anything, you might even die here." Mo Yao said anxiously. Fang Yuan's laughter did not stop, but he was unmoved. He continued to wander, and when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, he circled far away, without the slightest intention of taking them away. When Mo Yao's will saw until here, he became anxious. "You lunatic. My God, what on earth are you thinking in your head? Not taking such a great true inheritance, just for the sake of broadening your horizons? You idiot, if you die, what about me? What about the water pavilion? Even if I die, this will of yours naturally can't survive either. But don't worry, the water pavilion still has your will. You can very well wait for a fated person at the back, and then entrust this precious mission to him or her," Fang Yuan said slowly. Mo Yao urged again, but Fang Yuan was stubborn. He did as he pleased. He explored continuously, and several more days passed. The speed of the true inheritances became increasingly faster, and Fang Yuan was in danger again and again. Several times, his life was in danger, but he narrowly avoided it in the end. Mo Yao urged again and again, and was about to go crazy from anxiety. "Lad, I give in to you. I give it to you. You're really one-track minded. Alright, don't stay any longer, I will tell you what the other 2 supreme inheritances are. The first is the Luck Path Inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal created this path because he relied on his Luck Path attainment to dominate the world. Invincible in the world. The second is the Control Rights of 88-Point Jinyang Tower. This tower was created by the combined efforts of Giant Sun Immortal and Long-Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. With it, there will be an endless supply of goo cultivation resources. She was truly anxious. Normally, even if Fang Yuan asked about such insider information, she might not have the mood to answer him. But now, she directly revealed it, afraid that Fang Yuan would act foolishly again. But what was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? Fang Yuan chuckled, as if he did not hear anything, and continued to fly. A few days later, the true inheritances were already as fast as birds. It was easy for Fang Yuan to dodge 1 or 2 of them. But the true inheritance secluded domain seemed to be shrinking. True inheritances of all sizes flew in the narrow space, each dragging a long tail of light behind them. They were of all colors, almost forming a sparse net of light. Fang Yuan could only survive in the cracks. At this stage, Fang Yuan was fully concentrated, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid of a careless mistake that would lead to the tragedy of his death. It's almost time to go, at this moment. You can't even take away an ordinary true inheritance. As long as you stay at the same spot, the danger will increase along with your breathing. Sigh, you actually acted up at such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was tired of persuading, and had no strength left. Fang Yuan's gaze was bright. He suddenly asked, "Say, is it possible that when the two true inheritances collide, I will benefit from it?" Mo Yao heard this and was stunned. But immediately, she screamed, "You idiot, you idiot! Would the great giant sun immortal make such an obvious mistake? So that's what you were thinking. I overestimated you. I overestimated you. You're too smart for your own good. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to take advantage of? You're too naive, you're too naive. Oh, so it's just my wishful thinking." Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression calm, and continued to explore. Actually, he already knew this, and purposely said this to provoke Mo Yao. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die?" Mo Yao was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan's provocation. "Whether I die or not is my business, it's none of your business. You're already dead, what's a dead person shouting here for?" Fang Yuan mocked lightly, his expression calm, as if the one in deep danger was not him. "Damn it! Bastard! Idiot!" Mo Yao's anger seemed to have been ignited, he cursed endlessly. Bam! Right at this time, there was an explosion 10,000 steps away. Fang Yuan followed the sound and saw that the two true inheritances collided, before they bounced off and flew in different directions. Fang Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his nonsense would actually cause the clash of true inheritances to occur. Especially one of the true inheritances, it seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also stunned. How is this possible? Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing, she no longer had the demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. "When I explored this place back then, why didn't I encounter such a good thing?" But soon, her eyes widened as she realized, so that's it. That is a luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I risked my life to create a crack, wanting to obtain fortune rivaling heaven goo inside, but it flew away. I could only use a portion of the inheritance and settle for the next best thing, to refine calamity beckoning goo. This supreme true inheritance was cracked by Mo Yao, it was already incomplete, thus it did not follow the rules and collided with the other true inheritances. Bam! Another collision. Fang Yuan's eyes widened, this collision seemed to have knocked out a goo from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stunned. What do you think that is? Mo Yao was also stunned, he shouted, that is a luck path goo worm, what are you waiting for, quickly go and take it. Fang Yuan was hesitant, if I take this goo worm, will I face the luck path true inheritance's test? The luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance, Fang Yuan could not endure its test. Bullshit test. The collision caused the crack in the true inheritance light lump to become larger, it was disintegrating. Quickly take it and leave, if you don't leave, you will die here. Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled, he dodged left and right, getting close with difficulty in grabbing this luck path goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo, but not an immortal goo. Lad, why are you still not leaving? Mo Yao shouted. Ha, what's the rush? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave, he stayed in true inheritance secluded domain and looked around. Looking at the time, it should be about time. He muttered. Lad, what did you say? Mo Yao had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan scattered a bunch of goo worms, activating them together and forming a whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a strong suction force, absorbing a portion of the true inheritance's light into the whirlpool. After a few breaths of time, the whirlpool paused and collapsed, revealing a door. That's right, Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. At the next moment. Chapter 608. In front of them was a beautiful white jade hall. 4 huge pillars supported the dome. On the ground, the light could illuminate one's figure. Be it the walls, pillars, or the ceiling, they were all constructed from white jade stones that were as white as snow. In the center of the hall, there was a small platform with 23 steps. On the platform, there was a bronze divine bird statue. The divine bird raised its head, wanting to soar into the sky, but countless black chains, each as thick as an ancient tree, clung onto the divine bird's body, tightly coiling around its slender neck, coiling around its slender legs, and even piercing through its feathers cruelly, latching onto its body. The divine bird's eyes squinted into the shape of a blade, it frowned and opened its mouth, as if screaming in anger. Its expression was captivating, every detail was vivid and lifelike, its entire body overflowed with an unyielding spirit, giving people a deep impression with just one look. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the huge bronze divine bird statue that occupied his entire field of vision. 2 balls of fire seemed to be burning in his black eyes. This. The shock brought by the change made Imoyao tongue-tied. She swallowed her saliva, pointing with her finger as she exclaimed, "This is Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." Ah, what's so strange about that? Fang Yuan's lips curled up, smiling lightly. Imperial Court Blessed Land has a land spirit to begin with, otherwise, it would not have acknowledged Giant Sun Immortal back then, and acknowledged him as its owner. The land spirit is formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power of the blessed land. To get rid of the land spirit, one has to deal with the entire blessed land. The death of the land spirit means the blessed land is destroyed. Conversely, the blessed land is destroyed. It also means the death of the land spirit. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land is here, the land spirit is definitely alive. These words caused Mo Yao to scold in pain, "Rascal! How can I not understand such a simple logic?" Mo Yao had spent a lot of effort researching 88-point Jinyang Tower for her lover Bo Qing, attempting to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu to help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. In the end, although she successfully entered the True Inheritance secluded domain, she was not able to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He could only settle for the next best thing, using the contents of the inheritance and his refinement Grandmaster Foundation to refine Calamity Beckoning Gu. Because of this, she knew the value of the royal court's land spirit very clearly. Back then, the giant Sun Immortal had yet to reach the 9th refinement stage. In the competition for the inheritance rights of Royal Court Blessed Land, he succeeded and became the owner of Royal Court Blessed Land. When he reaches the 9th transformation and becomes invincible in the world, he will have a better longevity. Grotto Heaven, Imperial Court Blessed Land will become one of the above-ground palaces of Giant Sun Immortal. The Giant Sun Immortal set up the 88-point Jinyang Tower. He placed it in Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. To plot for the 88-point Jinyang Tower, one had to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Royal Court Blessed Land was equivalent to a layer of turtle shell protecting 88-point Jinyang Tower. After the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal, this layer of turtle shell had always been displaying its great effect, preventing Gu Immortals from entering. But among them, there was a huge loophole that almost any Gu Immortal could understand. That was the existence of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit. This loophole. When Giant Sun Immortal was alive, it did not exist. Because Giant Sun was the owner of the land spirit, whatever he wanted the land spirit to do, the land spirit would obey unconditionally. But after Giant Sun Immortal died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as the land spirit recognized them as its owner, no matter who it was, they could become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would control the 88-point Jinyang Tower. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this relationship after thinking about it for a bit. When Mo Yao was alive, when she researched 88-point Jinyang Tower, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort researching this. But in the end, she gained nothing. In this aspect, all the hard work she put in was for naught. What kind of person was Giant Sun Immortal? How could he not know of this loophole? He dealt with it extremely well, sealing the land spirit and hiding it deeply. When Mo Yao explored it, she did not even see a strand of hair of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden in true inheritance secluded domain. Only when the true inheritance reaches a certain level will a loophole appear and the door to this place can be opened. Mo Yao was extremely shocked. At this moment, she had already figured it out. The more she thought about it, the more she looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. This kid, I underestimated him too much. What is his origin? He actually knows the way to enter this place. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance had greatly surprised her, it far surpassed her imagination. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan copying the images of the Central Continent Gu immortals in his previous life. In fact, the reason why the Central Continent Gu immortals could research so thoroughly was because of Mo Yao's research. Mo Yao was a Grand Refinement Path Grandmaster. She wholeheartedly researched 88-point Jinyang Tower for her lover and entered alone. After her death, she left behind precious research materials that were controlled by Spirit Affinity House. After 10,000 years, generations of Spirit Affinity House's geniuses continued to deepen their research. At the same time, the 88-point Jinyang Tower was also eroded by time. The more loopholes there were, the easier it was to use them. But Spirit Affinity House knew that it was not possible for a super force like them to take over a fat piece of meat like 88-point Jinyang Tower. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly cooperated with several Central Continent ancient sects, plotting for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead and held the most important research materials. Afterwards, when Central Continent Gu immortals attacked in large numbers, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, Black Moon. Slowly walking up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the bronze divine bird's feet. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. But it was firmly sealed by Giant Sun Immortal and could not move. From over 100,000 years ago, after a long time, it had stood there until now. As he got closer, Mo Yao discovered something. Ha, kid, it will be difficult to realize your plan this time. The green mud on this Frost Jade Peacock's body is formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Prison Gu. The black chains coiling around its body are formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Web Gu. Ugh. Saying so, Mo Yao suddenly thought of something, his words stopped abruptly. At once. In Fang Yuan's mind, her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Because she suddenly remembered, not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned 2 Immortal Gu, one of them was Gruel Mud. Earth Prison Gu and Earth Web Gu, although they were rank 7 Immortal Gu, they were one rank higher than Gruel Mud. But they were expendable Gu, they would dissipate after one use. The power of the 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu worked together to imprison the land spirit, but after 100,000 years of cleansing. This power had already weakened a lot. And Gruel Mud was precisely restraining this power. Ha ha ha, it seems you have already thought of it, you are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, taking out Immortal Gu Gruel Mud from his pocket. Although this Gu was rank 6, because it was an expendable Gu, it was easy to use and did not require any immortal essence. It only needed to be pinched lightly. Fang Yuan pinched lightly and crushed it. The Gu worm broke apart, revealing a liquid-like brownish-green radiance. The radiance followed Fang Yuan's intention, flying up leisurely and merging into the divine bird statue's body. During the whole process, Mo Yao stared blankly at it. He was speechless. After the radiance completely merged into the statue, there was a slight vibration. This vibration was so slight that it felt like an illusion. But soon, this vibration became stronger and stronger. The entire divine bird statue started to shake. the green mud that covered the divine bird's body. Suddenly, cracks appeared on it. And as the black chains shook and collided with each other, continuous dull sounds could be heard. Success. Success. Don't tell me, after 100,000 years, the power of the two immortal goo is almost gone. Mo Yao muttered to himself, his expression was extremely complex, there was disbelief, joy, doubt, denial, but next, the vibration became weaker and weaker. The divine bird statue soon quieted down, the black chains no longer collided, the whole white jade hall became peaceful again. Mo Yao was greatly disappointed, he could not help but sigh, I failed in the end. I was still a rank away, this arrangement was made by an immortal venerable after all. He. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed lightly, Mo Yao, why don't you take a look at the divine bird's head? Mo Yao probed with his mind, he immediately said in shock, the green mud on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. Right, this is the true effect of immortal goo gruel mud. I was too focused on this, I lost my sense of propriety and did not think of this. Laughable, laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed, her expression was completely restrained, she once again displayed the demeanor of a legendary goo immortal, a refinement path grandmaster. Actually, she had no choice but to lose her composure. When she was alive, she had paid a heavy price for Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. Now, although the power of Earth Prison Goo and Earth Web Goo had been mostly washed away by time, there was still a portion left. Although Immortal Goo Gruel Mud countered them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to dissolve the remaining power. But don't forget, there was still the land spirit. The vibration earlier originated from the land spirit. It was because of it that most of the Immortal Goo's power was used to suppress it, allowing the power of Immortal Goo Gruel Mud to enter. The green mud gradually melted, turning into mud that fell on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was very conspicuous on the snow-white floor. Drop by drop, it soon fell on the ground. Frost Jade Peacock's head was freed, but when it reached its neck, the speed of melting was greatly reduced. Evidently, the remaining power of Earth Firm and Earth Web Goo had reacted and resisted Gruel Mud, causing its efficiency to fall greatly. It is exactly the same as the scenes in my previous life. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, he raised his head and looked at Frost Jade Peacock, O Imperial Court Land Spirit, look at your feet, I was the one who saved you. After being sealed for over 100,000 years, how does it feel to breathe again? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will let you regain your freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's furious expression was still fixed on its face, but after hearing Fang Yuan's words, it arrogantly sneered, I am one with the blessed land, everything that happened in the blessed land for over 100,000 years is reflected in my heart. If you want to become my new master, you have to agree to a condition. Over 100,000 years ago, Giant Sun Immortal fulfilled the land spirit's condition and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Today, Fang Yuan was also facing the same condition. At this point, the scenes in his previous life no longer had any value. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he asked. Chapter 609. No, don't leave me behind, save me, benefactor. His voice reverberated in Tai Baiyunsheng's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Huff huff, he was panting heavily, his body was covered in sticky sweat, he felt very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert showed an aged appearance that matched his age. In the silent room, Tai Baiyunsheng's breathing became softer and softer, his tightly knitted brows also gradually relaxed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he fell into a deathly silence, as if he was in a daze. His eyes revealed an extremely deep sense of exhaustion. Ever since he failed to pass the round, for a moment of selfishness, he ignored Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, causing them to sacrifice their lives. Tai Baiyunsheng had fallen into deep self-blame and guilt. Almost every night, he would have nightmares with similar content. In the nightmares, blood splattered everywhere, a foul stench filled the air, all kinds of ugly blood fiends bared their fangs and claws, and he was deeply surrounded, facing Zhu Zai and Gao Yang's pleas again. They called him benefactor, begging him to save them. But every time, even if Tai Bai Yunqing's aperture was filled with primeval essence, he would not be able to move and watch as Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were surrounded by blood fiends, then devoured their flesh and blood, until only their pale white skeletons were left. During the entire process, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang kept pleading for help, sometimes pleading, sometimes defending, sometimes scolding, sometimes mocking. Finally, when they turned into snow-white skeletons, lying in a pool of blood, only their skulls were left. They were still saying, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai, he is so kind and benevolent, he will definitely not give up on us." Yes. I also believe in him. Even if I die, I still believe. Tai Bai Yunqing was in pain, grief, helplessness, regret. Especially at the final juncture, he would weakly kneel on the ground in the dream, letting blood stain his white hair as he cried bitterly. He felt that he was no longer Tai Bai Yunqing. Such an experience made him reevaluate himself. But every time he reevaluated himself, it was a severe denial. Sometimes, when he looked in the mirror, he even felt like he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunqing was not the only one who had a sleepless night. It was already late at night. The night of the imperial court blessed land shone brightly. It spread throughout this part of the world. He Lulan leaned against the window and looked into the distance. The 88-point Jinyang Tower at the top of the Holy Palace was still forming a new floor. The dazzling haze swayed in the air, looking magnificent. Damn it! The owner's token was actually lost. What the hell is going on? He thought back to the scene when he was trying to break through the barrier during the day. He Lulan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with an ominous glint as if he wanted to devour someone. Throughout history, there had never been a case where a new house master had lost his house master token, but this had happened to He Lulan. Whatever. Without the owner token, so what if he could not use the killer move Grey Meltdown? There was no difficulty. None of them can stop me from obtaining the strength path immortal goo. Nyangqin, you know, in the underworld. Watch me take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was strolling in the courtyard of the Holy Palace. His expression was not good, his face was solemn. In the flower garden, jade springs, stone bridges, and flowers bloomed like spring. Such a beautiful scenery, but he was not in the mood to appreciate it. Just as he left the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was vexed over the matter of subduing the imperial court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yao's will laughed continuously, he, to think that the condition for imperial court blessed land to recognize a master is actually like this. Kid, with your gloomy personality, it won't be easy for you to find a woman who truly loves you, and for her to truly love you. Not long ago, when Fang Yuan faced the imperial court land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, he was told the condition to become the lord of the imperial court, true love. To make Frost Jade Peacock willingly recognize a master and be obedient, what was needed was not a person, but a Gu master couple who truly loved each other. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal to meet this condition. But to Fang Yuan, it was extremely difficult. Not to mention other things, just asking Fang Yuan to truly love a woman was almost impossible. If it was my previous life, I could achieve this. But in this life... Fang Yuan paced around, walking to the stone bridge and stopping. He held the railing of the bridge and gazed at the jade lake under the bridge, sneering continuously. The lake was like a mirror, shining brightly like silver under the night light. The night invasion of 88-point Jinyang Tower, a hair-raising action, came to an abrupt end. Right now, he was in the tranquil and peaceful sacred palace, a huge contrast from the danger lurking everywhere before, making him feel like he was in a dream. Life is like a dream, morning dew and sunset flowers, like bubbles. Fang Yuan muttered, absent-minded for a moment. A light wind blew, causing ripples to form on the small lake. Within the ripples, a silvery figure appeared, and in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze, a woman's figure appeared. That was the woman buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he met her when he was at his lowest. Life's encounters were so wonderful, but fate's teasing was so cruel and merciless. If we truly love each other, why would I think of her? Fang Yuan's fingers that were holding the railing couldn't help but slightly tighten. He suddenly frowned, and his gaze became as cold as ice. The woman's figure quietly disappeared, and in front of him was still that sparkling silvery lake. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not optimistic. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner. It was very arrogant, but it recognized true love. It was almost impossible for Fang Yuan to meet its requirements. If he couldn't subdue the land's spirit, then Fang Yuan's plan to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower would be for naught, coming to an abrupt end. No wonder in my previous life, Central Continent's Gu immortals chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. Gu immortals have deep secrets, they have extreme personalities, and it is even harder for them to truly love each other than mortals. After using gruel mud, although the melting is slow, the seal on the land spirit is weakening continuously. The land spirit has been sealed for over 100,000 years, it is filled with anger and hatred, and yearns for freedom. It will definitely break free from the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still sleeping, as long as the seal is dissolved to a certain extent, or if the land spirit resists and struggles, it will eventually awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal's will. When an immortal venerable is angry, blood will flow and all living beings will mourn. But the land spirit has the home field advantage. As long as the blessed land is not destroyed, it will have endless strength. The conflict between the two was even more terrifying than a fight between immortals. At that time, the ones to suffer would be Fang Yuan and the other mortals. Especially Fang Yuan, who was the culprit behind the release of the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would definitely meet with a tragic end. Fang Yuan's original plan was like this. The first step was to go to Northern Plains and infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land. He had achieved this step. Cleverly using his previous life's memories, he killed Wolf King Chang Shan-yin, who was on his last breath, and then took his place, becoming a higher-up of He tribe. Finally, he would hide in the Alliance army and enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtain enough benefits. Then using the image of the Central Continent Gu immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land without waking up the immortal venerable's will. The third step was to not rush to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower after becoming the owner of Imperial Court. He would hide behind the scenes and let things develop. 88-point Jinyang Tower had the immortal venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the holy land that all Gu masters in Northern Plains yearned for. It could not be tarnished or touched. Once the situation was discovered, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by the whole of Northern Plains. With such a terrifying force, even if Fang Yuan escaped to other places, it would be of no use. And there would not be any super force that would protect him against all the forces in Northern Plains. Unless the Five Regions War, when they could not even fend for themselves and suffered heavy losses, this situation would be exposed, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to survive. After becoming the owner of the land spirit, Fang Yuan would order the land spirit to stay in the White Jade Hall and cooperate with the operation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This way, everything would be smooth sailing. First, he could use the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land to deal with Gu Immortal Tai by Yunsheng. This way, his chances of success would increase greatly. No matter the result, Fang Yuan was already in an invincible position. Even if he failed to snatch the immortal Gu landscape as before, with the land spirit's protection, Fang Yuan would not have to worry about his life. Second, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to freely travel between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covetously eyed by the Superforce Crane Gate, and every once in a while, there would be earthly calamities. It was at the center of the storm and was not an ideal place to cultivate. Fang Yuan became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his outpost, and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his main base. He could cultivate while contending with Crane Gate to obtain the greatest benefits. If things did not go well, he could abandon Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would have difficulty in making deductions. And with Fang Yuan's ability to fix the loopholes in the future and secretly take charge of it, it was much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Third, Fang Yuan had a treasure land. Every time True Yang Building opened, he could enter and subdue Immortal Gu and other precious cultivation resources, no longer needing to take risks. When the time came, he could use his previous life's fortuitous encounter to subdue Blood Path Gu worms and advance to a Blood Path Gu Immortal. It was stable and safe. But plans were beautiful, while reality was incomplete. Fang Yuan tried his best, but was stuck at the most crucial second step. If he could not become the owner of the land's spirit, he would not be able to borrow its strength. A mere mortal could not accomplish anything. Now that the situation was worsening, Giant Sun's will would definitely awaken. If Fang Yuan wanted to escape, he could use Whole Bottom Gu to connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But he could not take away these Immortal Gu. And even if he obtained landscape as before Immortal Gu, how could he safely return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Without the land spirit's help, as a mortal, Fang Yuan could not do this. The only thing I can do now is to think of a way to convince the land spirit. If I stand on its side and deal with Giant Sun's will together, I might be able to make use of some of its strength. Sigh. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 610. Half a month later. 88-point Jinyang Tower. Wind scythe birds were densely packed, countless of them covered the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords and their curved wings were like scythes. They flew extremely quickly, leaving afterimages in the air as they charged forward without fear of death. Kill, kill, kill. Hey Lulan shouted, black smoke surged around his body as countless black tentacles shot out, capturing and devouring the surrounding wind scythe birds. The intense battle had already lasted for an hour. The Alliance army and wind scythe birds were fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The ground was covered in bird corpses, and similarly, there were large numbers of dead Gu masters. Ah! Hey Lulan roared, his eyes were bloodshot as he stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed a claw as dark undercurrents appeared out of nowhere and rotated in the air before gathering at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents gathered into a black ball of light in He Lulan's right claw like rivers returning to the sea. The ball of light was dark and unfathomable, it rotated rapidly and actually let out a thunderous roar. Go! He Lulan suddenly opened his eyes wide in anger as he shouted, gathering all the strength in his body as he raised his right claw towards the sky. He grabbed the ball of black light like it was a heavy object. His movements were slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the ball of light slowly flew into the sky. In the air, it expanded rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. At once, the black ball of light occupied half of the sky above the Alliance army. Countless wind scythe birds were enveloped by it. Soon after, they were corroded, not even bones were left. The entire process was silent. It was strange and tyrannical, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This was He Lulan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. The Dark Vortex lasted for 6 breaths of time, killing tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. There were too many wind-scythe birds, and they were all gathered in the sky above the Alliance army, thus the number of deaths was shocking. After the dark vortex disappeared, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky. But soon, the surrounding wind-scythe birds filled in like water. In the sky above the entire Master Alliance army, it was once again occupied by the wind-scythe birds. This was the 25th stage on the 68th floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. There were simply too many wind-scythe birds, including a large number of bird kings. Their offensive power was too great. Based on everyone's previous experience, it wasn't hard to guess that there had to be some sort of trick to clear this stage. However, He Lulan directly charged forward and mobilized all the strength he could muster. Directly flattened them. This attracted the crazy retaliation of the wind-scythe birds. Ha ha ha, kill all these damned birds. Yi Luisang laughed loudly. He Lulan's outburst had triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe and He tribe were equally famous, both were super forces with Gu immortals guarding them. Yi Luisang and He Lulan had the same status, they were both the leaders of this generation's super forces. Now, he saw He Lulan use her killer move. After killing a large number of wind-scythe birds, he naturally did not want to be outdone. Look at my newly researched killer move, Flame Demon. Yi Luisang shouted, his sleeves fluttering as his primeval essence burst out, activating the Gu worm in his hand. Tang! His whole body burst into flames, the flames soared to the sky. The surrounding Gu masters were forced away. Within a radius of several hundred steps, he was the only one left. His body shook, the raging flames on his body split into a portion, forming a 10-meter-tall Vajra made of flames. The flame Vajra had an ugly appearance, sharp teeth, strange horns, and bulging muscles. It was a flame demon. The flame demon soared to the sky, rampaging in the sky. Any wind-scythe birds that came into contact with it would be ignited, causing the birds to scream in pain. Along the way, the flames soared to the sky, forming a line. Large numbers of wind-scythe birds were instantly roasted, falling to the ground. The flame demon rampaged in all directions, immediately attracting the attention of many bird groups, reducing a lot of pressure on the Gu Master army on the ground. What flame demon, it's nothing much. Far away, He Lulan laughed loudly, feeling proud. Yi Luisang also laughed loudly, He tribe leader, look again. Saying so, his whole body shook, shaking off the flames and forming into flame demons. He Lulan's expression changed. Not only him, even Fang Yuan's gaze tightened in the army. The flame demon's power was astonishing, and there was actually more than one. 88-point Jinyang Tower brought opportunities, not only did Fang Yuan, He Lulan and others improve, the other Gu masters also had great gains. When 6 flame demons joined the battle, the flames on Yi Luisang's body were completely shaken off. 6 flame demons, fortunately. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lulan's expression also eased slightly. Yi Luisang was talented, this killer move had great power, but that was it. At best, it could only be compared to the dark vortex. The flame demons continued to wreak havoc for an hour, their power becoming weaker and weaker, until they were finally annihilated among the wind-scythe birds. But soon, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shi Shui, Pei Yanfei, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong and others attacked one after another, using killer moves. The powerful battle strength of rank 5 Gu masters changed the battle situation, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Finally, they successfully passed the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a joint petition, requesting to stop the advance. They are worried that their casualties are too high and need to recuperate. Before He Lulan could carefully look at this round, his trusted aide He Shu came to report. He Lulan immediately frowned, shouting, "Such small casualties and they are complaining. A bunch of good-for-nothings, incompetent cowards. Reject this petition and tell them that they need to advance." Whoever dares to retreat and escape the Alliance army will have their 9 clans killed without mercy. As he said this, he snatched the joint letter from the Patriarch and tore it into pieces in a few swift moves. Continue advancing. Charge forward. He Lulan waved his arm, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88-point Jinyang Tower would give off strange vibrations every once in a while. Together with the mysterious loss of the owner token, He Lulan felt that the situation was not simple. His sharp intuition told him that something terrible had happened. To prevent any problems from happening, he had to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Gu as soon as possible. After advancing to a Strength Path Gu Immortal, he would have the strength to control the changing situation. This time, they attacked all the way to the 28th round. He Lulan saw that everyone could not hold on any longer, the casualties were huge and they needed to recuperate, he could only reluctantly retreat. In the room, Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He looked at the East Window Gu in his hand. These East Window Gu recorded the cultivation insights of Gu masters of the past. Most of them were time path insights. These were the rewards from clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower. Don't tell me this is fate's arrangement, I have to advance to a Gu Immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng had failed in his search for lifespan Gu and expended all his wealth. He could only become an external elder of He tribe. He was a time path Gu master, rank 5 peak stage, he had a keen sense of time, he had sensed that he did not have much time left. Advancing to Gu Immortal could raise the quality of a Gu master's life, but it could not increase their lifespan. But Tai Bai Yunqing's situation was special. His time path inheritance. It had an extraordinary origin, it was a Gu Immortal inheritance. This inheritance had 3 cores, river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance content had already been deduced, when becoming an immortal. Using the supreme opportunity of heaven and earth resonance, man as before Gu could become an immortal Gu. Mortal man as before. It could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before, but it could be used on oneself. If I had man as before immortal Gu, I could use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not spring-autumn cicada, it cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yunqing's heart clenched, intense guilt and remorse assaulted his heart. Fang Yuan stood at the top of the tower, looking towards He tribe's direction. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated all along, giving him a new and unique vision. This rank 5 mortal Gu was his only unexpected gain in true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggested, could inspect luck. This was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, He tribe's area had countless smoke-like luck. Among them, there were 2 that were extremely thick, standing out like a crane among chickens, even palaces and houses could not hide them. One came from He Lulan, his luck was grand like a giant pillar, the color of blue clouds, extending for a long time. The other came from Tai Bai Yunsheng, his luck was like a burning cloud at dusk, the red light shining brightly, accumulating in the sky above his house, giving people a feeling of burning flames. These two's luck are flourishing, but there is a difference. He Lulan's luck gives people a feeling of permanence. Tai Bai Yunqing's luck is like a pile of firewood, burning intensely at the final moment. These days, I have been manipulating in the dark and obtained a lot of time path insights, giving them to Tai Bai Yunsheng as a reward. Every time he gets a reward, the fire cloud luck above his head will become brighter and brighter. His chances of becoming an immortal will increase by a bit. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, sighing inwardly at the mysteriousness of luck path. But he had only obtained 1 luck inspection Gu, he did not know the contents of the other inheritances, it was like opening a new window. Facing this new path, he could only slowly explore it. Next, he used luck inspection Gu to look at himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in pitch-black luck. This luck formed a huge coffin shape, covering his entire body, emitting dense death energy and ominous aura. Even though Fang Yuan had inspected it many times, every time he saw this, his heart would sink. My luck does not look good. But these days, I have been persuading the imperial court land spirit, but there is no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant, he only wants to break through the obstruction and regain his freedom. Truyang building has already trembled 38 times, there will be a moment when giant suns will awaken. Fang Yuan gasped, he saw a group of Gu masters far away, each covered in a small black coffin luck, walking towards He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yunxing's residence. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while and understood why these people were leaving. Chapter 611. Old Sir Tai Bai, please seek justice for us. I beg old sir to plead for mercy for us. Our tribe, the old, the weak, the women and the children, the future of our tribe is in Lord's hands. In the house, a group of Gu masters knelt on the ground, they were either sobbing or had a sorrowful expression, they were all pleading for Tai Bai Yunxing's help. These Gu masters had extraordinary statuses, they were all tribe leaders. Lu tribe, Shi tribe, these tribes were all mid-sized or small to mid-sized. In the process of attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower, they suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, they might face the danger of being exterminated. Several times earlier, they had submitted petitions to retreat, but He Lulan had rejected them harshly. Survival first. He Lulan's militaristic behavior had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and mid-sized tribes. But because of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to look for He Lulan directly. They discussed for a while and came together to seek Tai Bai Yunxing's help. Tai Bai Yunxing was the #1 healing master of the current generation in Northern Plains, he was publicly recognized as a merciful person, his reputation was #1 in the hearts of Northern Plains mortals. Now, he had also become He tribe's external elder, and was highly regarded by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yunxing's help, they might be able to give their tribe a precious chance to rest and recuperate. All of you stand up and talk. Tai Bai Yunxing advised. Old Lord, if you don't agree, we won't stand up. Come and see my people, and you will understand our pain and sorrow. Our casualties are too heavy, the women lost their husbands. The children have lost their parents, the elderly have lost their children. Old sir. Please persuade Lord He Lulan, if this goes on, our tribe will be exterminated. We did not die in the imperial court contest, but perished in imperial court blessed land. If news of this spreads, where will He tribe's reputation go? How ironic would this be? The tribe leaders spoke one after another. His attitude was firm, and he refused to get up. Sigh. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a long sigh. He had long been dissatisfied with He Lulan's methods. They could obviously take it slow, so why did they act so hastily? He really couldn't bear to cause such heavy casualties. In Tai Bai Yunxing's opinion, losing the OP token in the second stage must have triggered He Lulan. There was another reason. Even He tribe's supreme elders were urging him. Under the pressure, He Lulan had no choice but to try her best. Servants, serve tea to the patriarchs. Tai Bai Yunxing summoned his servants. Then, he turned around and comforted the other patriarchs. I will go over and persuade Patriarch He Lulan. I will do my best. Sir. You're such a kind person. It's our clan's fortune to have the old mister's help. Sir, this is our joint letter, we will wait for Lord's good news. All the patriarchs were deeply grateful. Tai Bai Yunxing took the book and kept it in his bosom. After saying goodbye to everyone, he went to the main hall. He went to see He Lulan. He Lulan was not handling matters in the main hall, but was relaxing in the garden at the back. Tai Bai Yunxing rushed over and saw He Lulan, the latter was playing chess in the pavilion at the center of the lake. He Lulan heard his intentions and rejected him sternly at first, but after Tai Bai Yunsheng persuaded her with kind words, He Lulan gradually relaxed. How about this? I can let these tribes rest for now, but they have to lend out all their goo worms. My army is attacking, we cannot let their battle strength fall because of their absence. Lend 1 goo worm, exempt 1 quota. Lend rank 2 goo worms, exempt rank 2 goo masters. Lend rank 3 goo worms, exempt rank 3 goo masters, so on and so forth. Tribe leader is wise and benevolent. I will first thank tribe leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the tribesmen. Tai Bai Yunsheng knew when to stop, and after returning, he informed the patriarchs of this news. The patriarchs looked at each other and finally accepted this condition. Goo worms were the foundation of a goo master. Loaned goo worms were easily damaged, but it was better than losing their lives. The loss of members of these tribes was too severe. The next day, He Lulan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the residences of all the tribes and collect their goo worms. He also sent Tai Bai Yunsheng to hold the line and deal with the relevant matters. After 3 days, the matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yunsheng came back to report that He Lulan had invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulan repeatedly toasted, "Sir, please drink to your heart's content. Fortunately, Sir has joined our tribe, we were able to reduce the casualties of our army. Sir, you have saved countless lives, your merit is immeasurable. I don't dare, it's just that man proposes and heaven disposes, longevity heaven is above, I will do my best." Tai Bai Yunsheng showed an ashamed expression as he toasted back. He Lulan's praise made him think of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In fact, after returning from the Blood Path Hall, every word of praise he heard was like a form of mockery, lashing at his soul. But today, he dealt with this matter and eased the conflict between the small and medium tribes and He tribe. In a sense, he saved many goo masters' lives. This made him feel slightly better. In the name of longevity heaven, I will do my best. He Lulan drained the wine in 1 gulp, putting down the wine cup as he muttered, sighing, "Old Sir's words are very good, very well said. Longevity heaven is watching us, the future is mysterious and unpredictable, as mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai, you will do your best, so I, He Lulan, will also do my best." Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and felt He Lulan's words had a hidden meaning, so he asked, "Lord Tribe Leader, why do you say this?" He Lulan laughed and was about to speak when He Shu came in from outside to report. He was covered in blood and had a respectful expression as he approached He Lulan, reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, "Black Banner Troop did not disappoint you, we have dealt with it properly." Tai Bai Yunsheng saw killing intent lingering around his body and had a bad feeling, he quickly asked, "What dealt with it properly?" He Shu. "What did you guys deal with?" He Shu did not answer, only raising his eyebrows and glancing at Tai Bai Yunsheng. His gaze revealed disdain towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's compassionate way of doing things. "Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. Like you said before, do your best. You are doing your best. I am also doing my best. I am doing my best to break through the checkpoint and complete the Grand Elder's mission as soon as possible. Tell me, these people deserted in the face of danger, what crime should they be punished for? They relied on me to come here and develop. Taking advantage when there are benefits, hiding when there are disadvantages, is there such a cheap thing in this world? Humph. If everyone learned from them, would my great army still exist? Would there still be people following me to break through the checkpoint?" He Lulan said this. Her tone was strict and her eyes revealed a vicious glint. With these words, it was obvious what punishment would be. "He Lulan, you." Tai Bai Yunsheng jumped and stood up. He glared at He Lulan, his face revealing shock and anger. There was even hatred. "How dare you!" He Shu was displeased and was about to attack, but was stopped by He Lulan's hand. "Elder Tai Bai, don't forget your current status." He Lulan restrained her fierce gaze and calmly poured a cup of wine. Tai Bai Yunqing's fists were tightly clenched, his whole body was shivering from anger. He stared fixedly at He Lulan. He wanted to curse but was unable to do so. He Lulan chuckled, personally pouring wine for Tai Bai Yunqing. "Old sir, sit down, this is such a beautiful scene. This is such a beautiful scene, we cannot waste good wine and good food." "Screw your good wine and good food." Tai Bai Yunqing waved his sleeves furiously. With a bang, the wine cup fell to the ground. He Lulan was not offended, she pointed at the dishes on the table and laughed. "Elder Tai Bai, this is your celebratory feast. Without you, how could they trust us and lend out their goo worms? Without goo worms, my Black Banner army was able to easily suppress them in a few moves. We have to thank you for all of this." Tai Bai Yunqing heard these words and felt like thunder had struck his heart. He took 3 steps back and his face turned extremely pale. "He Lulan, you are truly a despicable scoundrel." "Despicable? How can you say such naive words? Elder Tai Bai, you were once a young tribe leader, you have lived for so many years, how can you not see the ways of the world? The so-called politics has always been dirty." Tai Bai Yunqing wanted to retort, but could not find any words to retort. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeves, walking out of the hall without looking back. "Lord Tribe Leader, should we send people to monitor Tai Bai Yunqing?" He Shu asked. He Lulan raised his cup and drank wine, his expression was indifferent without a trace of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunqing's back and sneered, "Tai Bai Yunqing is merely a healing goo master, what is there to be afraid of? His reputation. He, with just this one matter, who would dare to trust him? Good deeds do not leave the door, but evil deeds travel 1,000 miles. He Shu heard this and his heart shook. Those who hold high positions are truly unfathomable in their schemes. He could see that He Lulan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, to suppress the small and mid-sized tribes and make an example out of them. Second, to teach Tai Bai Yunqing a lesson and make him understand his status. Third, to weaken Tai Bai Yunqing's reputation and stabilize his ruling position. Tai Bai Yunqing quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. The massacre had already ended, but in order to intimidate others, He Lulan did not order his subordinates to clean up the scene. Tai Bai Yunqing looked around, his face was pale and his heart was shaking. The sacred palace was dyed in blood, corpses were everywhere. Not only were there strong men, there were also old and weak women and children. Some of them had died with their eyes wide open, some had their hands and feet cut off, some were cut in half at the waist. It was a horrible sight. Some had messy clothes, their expressions twisted in pain. It was obvious that they had suffered inhuman humiliation before they died. All of this, it's all my fault, if I didn't believe in He Lulan, if I didn't mediate. I was too stupid, I was too naive. I actually didn't see through He Lulan's sinister intentions. These people, they all died because they trusted me." Tai Bai Yunqing's whole body trembled, the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, and the corpses all over the ground formed a tragic scene, causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was stooped, and his white beard swayed slightly in the breeze. His deep wrinkles, lifeless eyes, and tightly clenched fists were silently expressing the sorrow, anger, regret, and self-blame in the depths of his heart. Plop. He knelt on the ground powerlessly, his hands supporting the ground. The pool of blood on the ground had stained his hands, knees, and trouser legs bright red. I'm sorry. Tai Bai Yunqing cried bitterly. For a moment, tears flowed down his old face. This is a good person, even though there is darkness in his heart. But there is a great fear between life and death. In the face of death, how can a normal person not lose his composure? In the distance, in a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been watching quietly. He had seen everything happen. It turned out that the Black Coffin's fate represented a serious fatal disaster. The annihilation of these tribes was the best proof of this. And the aura of death on his body was 10 times, maybe even 100 times thicker than these tribe leaders. He, this is interesting. Luck. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He wanted to see the so-called bad luck. Could it stop his footsteps? In this life, no one, no reason, no difficulty, can affect my determination to move forward. His deep and cold gaze looked towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Who said good people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold gaze added a tinge of sarcasm. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Let me give you a push. He secretly activated a goo worm, forming a faintly discernible illusory sound, faintly entering Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mental state was on the verge of collapse, his mind was in extreme turmoil. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice. The same tone as Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe you. You will definitely save me, won't you? Old Lord, you are our benefactor, we are grateful to you, we are willing to risk our lives to help you. Ah! Tai Bai Yunsheng cried out in shock. He suddenly opened his eyes. In his hazy vision, he saw the pool of blood on the ground. The pool of blood swayed. It was the scene of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying in the blood beast group in his nightmare. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body shook, he was as still as a statue, but at the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and roared with all his might. Ah! A shrill and hoarse voice echoed in this bloody slaughterhouse. He, ha ha ha. You did not disappoint me after all. Fang Yuan shuddered in excitement, he retreated silently. He retreated far away, retreating all the way. Because, Gu Master's immortal ascension was not a joke. Soon, the wind and clouds started to change, heaven and earth started to change. The dark and thick black clouds seemed like they were going to collapse at any moment, crushing the sacred palace. Everyone in the sacred palace shouted in shock. What is going on? What the hell happened? Most people did not know the reason, they fell into panic. It can't be. A small number of knowledgeable people stared at this turbulent scene with dumbfounded expressions. Investigate. Who is it? In the hall, He Lulan flew into a rage. Lord, it is Tai Bai Yunsheng. He Shu was sweating profusely, he stumbled as he ran over to report. He Lulan's expression froze, he was like a statue for a moment. After a few breaths of time, he reacted, his expression was distorted as he shouted, retreat. Tell everyone to retreat from the sacred palace. Of course, those who want to die can stay behind. Gao. Chow. It's near. Many god of prediction had guessed some plot. Of course, there were some that were absolutely impossible to guess. Chapter 6:12. The sky was dark and gloomy, winds howled. A formless power of the heavens and earth lifted Tai Bai Yunsheng up into the sky. He laughed wildly, his white beard dancing in the wind. There was no trace of his usual gentle and benevolent expression, his face was twisted and crazed. The sacred palace was in a state of panic, the Gu masters covered their heads and scurried away, forming huge groups of people as they escaped for their lives. After escaping for 10,000 li, the people stopped in their tracks in trepidation. The Gu master experts occupied the mountain tops or directly floated in the sky, using investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different expressions. The other Gu masters also raised their heads to look at Tai Bai Yunsheng in the sky, their expressions were filled with worship, reverence, love, worry, jealousy and so on. The news of Tai Bai Yunsheng advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread like wildfire. Immortal Ascension. This was an unreachable phrase in the past, but at this moment, it was happening in front of everyone's eyes. Inconceivable, Tai Bai Yunsheng has not even used his Gu worms, but the weather has already changed. Looking at the turbulent winds and clouds in the sky, many Gu masters shouted in amazement. Soon, a wave of exclamations was about to set off. Chow! Not only was the weather changing, even the ground under everyone's feet was starting to tremble. At first, there was only a thin layer of dust, but soon, there was a vast amount of dust rising from the ground. This is the movement of Earth Chi. According to the tribe's records, when a Gu master advances to Gu Immortal, they first need to shatter their aperture. After shattering the aperture, they can draw in Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. Yi Lui sang, He Lulan and the others came from super tribes. They knew much more than ordinary people. Right now, they were all watching. Shock filled their hearts. The first step to Gu Immortal was to shatter the aperture. Using primeval essence to charge at the aperture, completely destroying it and shattering it. This way, the sealed aperture that was sealed by the crystal wall would become a loophole in the Gu master's body. Just this first step requires a huge amount of courage. Because after the aperture shatters, there is no way to recover it. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong sighed. Immortal ascension is extremely difficult. Not even 1 out of 100 can survive. Tai Bai Yunsheng is too courageous, he actually dared to take this step. We are truly impressed, Nye Yaching, the patriarch of the Nye family, sighed. He Lolan's expression was complicated. He knew the inside story. The reason Tai Bai Yunsheng ascended to become an immortal was probably because of his power. It was because of me that Tai Bai Yunsheng was agitated and took the risk to ascend to immortality when he had a mental breakdown. It just so happens that even though I'm familiar with the ancient books, however, he also needed to witness it with his own eyes. Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension is of great help to me. It was just that, it was fine if he failed. If he really becomes a Gu immortal, how should I treat him? He Lulan frowned and felt a headache coming on. Fang Yuan sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, surrounded by the Azure Wolves. Immortal ascension. His gaze was deep and serene. There was excitement, but there was also nostalgia. Using luck inspection Gu, he found that Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck was like a raging fire, it was like a burning cloud. Now, his aura was even more vigorous. It was as if it was burning intensely. His luck is blazing, he succeeded in his immortal ascension in my previous life. In this life, it should not be a problem. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. Different from He Lolan's hesitation, he already had a plan against the immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. As he continued to look, luck inspection Gu could not bear the burden and was actually injured. His eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped using it, he was not surprised. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already shattered his aperture, drawing in the heaven and earth chi of the surrounding 10,000 li. Using Gu worms in this range would definitely cause a chain reaction, causing the heaven and earth chi to shake intensely and form a backlash. If one insisted on using it and forcefully used it, even an immortal Gu would be injured or even destroyed. Not to mention mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had not considered using Gu worms at this time to trap Tai Bai Yunsheng, this was also the reason. If he acted rashly at this time, he might even be implicated. In an instant, black clouds rumbled in the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. Correspondingly, the yellowish-brown dust on the ground rumbled endlessly, forming a hole. This Tai Bai Yunsheng's accumulation is deep, his human chi is vast, he actually attracted so much heaven and earth chi. This scene is even more majestic than our tribe's supreme elder. Yi Lui Sang saw this and was shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had an immortal inheritance, he had roamed northern plains his entire life, he had rich experiences, now that he had almost completed his entire life, his accumulation was incomparably deep. 2 huge whirlpools covered an area of 100 li. Tai Bai Yunsheng raised his head and looked at the fierce whirlpool, it was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Compared to it, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was tiny, like a flying insect in a pond. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was still laughing maniacally. Come, come! He shouted, his body trembling, there was fear, excitement, and relief. Even if he failed, it was a release for him. As if hearing his call, the whirlpool that had been brewing for a while started to rotate slowly. In the sky, the two whirlpools rumbled and rotated like millstones. In the sky, the black cloud whirlpool flashed with lightning, thunder rumbled. On the ground, purple smoke rose from the dust whirlpool, accompanied by loud roars. Like a mill, the black cloud millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura. From the dust millstone, a golden aura emerged. It was heaven and earth chi. Heaven and earth chi floated, the earth chi was deep and vigorous. And Tai Bai Yunqing's body emitted a white human chi. This human chi was extremely dense, like a cocoon, tightly wrapping Tai Bai Yunqing into a huge ball. Heaven and earth chi descended, earth chi surged up, converging in the air and intertwining with the human chi. Heaven, earth and human chi, these three chi converged and started to fuse. First step is shattering the aperture, second step is taking in chi. He Lulan muttered. There is no turning back after shattering the aperture, there is no turning back, you can only succeed and not fail. Taking in chi is a test of the Gu master's temperament and control ability. This step is extremely crucial, like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Slightly unbalanced. But now that Tai Bai Yunqing was breaking through to Gu immortal realm, not only did he extract the land's spirit's strength, he would also awaken Giant Sun's will. This way, the land's spirit's plan would be foiled. It was very likely that it would be suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. Without a choice, it could only make a prompt decision, taking advantage of the time when Giant Sun's will was still in slumber, it decided to rebel and catch him unprepared. Thus, everyone saw Truyang building shake, and many of the sacred palace's buildings collapsed because of it. In Truyang building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock sang loudly. Its attack had an outstanding effect, the green mud covering its body fell down to its neck, and 5 to 6 black chains on its body were shaken off. A soft murmur of someone waking up from a dream resounded in the deepest part of Truyang building. Who has the guts to wake me up from my dream? In the boundless darkness, a will that was as large as a sun slowly awakened. It was only a faint light at first, but soon, it became brighter and brighter, until it reached the 9 underworlds and swept through every corner of Truyang building. Chapter 613. A will that was as hot as the sun attacked Fang Yuan's mind through the glass owner token. The will was like a golden flood, rampaging around and directly barging into Fang Yuan's mind. Wills were formed from a large number of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to charge into his mind, it could cause Fang Yuan to lose his memories. Oh no! Quickly throw away that damned token. In his mind, Mo Yao's will appeared and screamed. She was a Gu Immortal's will and had reached rank 7 before her death, her will foundation was even deeper than Fang Yuan's. She and Fang Yuan were bound together for good or bad, they were like two grasshoppers tied to the same rope. The mind was the most crucial place, Fang Yuan was even more unwilling to fight in his mind. No need to panic. He sneered, he was already prepared and was not flustered, activating Special Will Gu. Special Will Gu received the primeval essence and directly appeared in his mind, blocking in front of Giant Sun's will. The golden flood of will stopped, completely obstructed by the Special Will Gu. Next, Special Will Gu burst out with a strong suction force, continuously devouring Giant Sun's will. A small one swallowed a big one, like a snake swallowing a whale, but Giant Sun's will could not resist. This is... Mo Yao's will was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization, so Giant Sun's will is special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time, originating from the remote antiquity era until now. Wills belonged to Wisdom Path, they naturally had rich contents. Not only were there different types of wills, they also had a wide variety of effects. Just with Fang Yuan's preliminary research, he had bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special Will Gu, Deliberate Will Gu, Play Will Gu, Notice Gu, New Will Gu. They were used to create special will, play will, notice gu, and new will gu. These four wills had their own advantages and disadvantages. They needed the gu master to choose according to their own situation. They could choose the will that suited them. Among them, special will gu masters could set a preset action and trigger it under specific circumstances. This effect, to put it simply, was like a mouse trap. When the mouse triggers the mouse trap would activate and trap the mouse. The giant son immortal sought benefits for his descendants. Considering the dangerous situation in the future, he chose the most suitable special will gu and condensed giant son's will. It was placed in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. As long as the danger reached a certain level, and certain conditions were met, the intentional would trigger the giant son immortal's preset actions. As for this preset action, what exactly was it? Outsiders did not know. Even the reborn Fang Yuan. He wasn't sure about that either. However, he knew from his previous life that giant son's will was a special will. Knowing this made things much easier. Even though giant son's will was an immortal venerable's will, it still had to obey the great Tao laws of heaven and earth. Wills were created by gu worms, and were similarly restrained by the corresponding gu worms. Thus, giant son's special will was greatly countered by special will gu. In Fang Yuan's mind. Before he could show off his power, Fang Yuan used special will gu. It devoured everything. After swallowing this wisp of giant son's will, special will gu's belly immediately swelled up, like a fatty that had eaten too much. Ha, goodwill. Fang Yuan praised, but was inwardly shocked, so dangerous. Although it is countered, it is after all an immortal venerable's will. Even if it is only a wisp, it is not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant sons will use this owner token to attack Fang Yuan. But the owner token was like a passage, and this passage was too small, only a wisp of giant sons will could pass through. If the passage was bigger, the situation would be different. The wisp of will that special will gu ate was insignificant compared to giant sons will in True Yang Tower. After being plotted against by Fang Yuan, giant sons will was furious. Cheater, you dare to blaspheme my, giant son's, glory. I will crush you into pieces. Rumble. True Yang Tower shook, letting out all sorts of light rays that soared into the sky. Its might was unparalleled, shaking heaven and earth. Although Giant Son Immortal was already dead, with just Giant Son's will, he could not activate 88-point Jinyang Tower. But in 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Son Immortal had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild gu could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air. Refined gu worms would lose this ability, and could only absorb the gu master's primeval essence. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal gu house. It obeyed Giant Son's will, absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Son Immortal. Activating it on its own was a piece of cake. Run! Seeing that 88-point Jinyang Tower was about to activate, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan was the despicable scoundrel who refined True Yang Tower. The moment Giant Son's will awakened, he treated him as a mortal enemy. Fang Yuan was not of Giant Son's bloodline. This hatred was too great. Fang Yuan was directly targeted. He was in a desperate situation. An unprecedented killing intent was about to descend upon him. No hurry. In the face of danger, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He tightly held the glass owner token in his hand. This token was not simple. It had consumed an immortal gu, and was made from the foundation of the owner token. It had used up thousands of years of preparation and painstaking effort of Central Continent's gu immortals and several super forces, and it was a crucial key. Still causing trouble even after death. What era is this? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Without any fear, he willed and activated the ambush through the glass owner token. True Yang Tower shook intensely, the smoke and light covering the sky instantly dispersed by more than half. The illusory building that was condensing dissipated like candlelight in the face of strong winds. Everything stopped abruptly. Inside Truyang Tower, giant suns will let out a deafening roar, being attacked by countless special will gu. These special will gu were prepared by Central Continent's gu immortals for thousands of years. They had been accumulating endlessly, and were specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was completely targeted. At once, he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. His first thought was to activate his gu worms to kill these special will gu. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal gu house. It was a solid-state killer move formed from many immortal gu and mortal gu. It naturally had methods to exterminate internal enemies. But Central Continent's gu immortals had deep research. They had already calculated this. Along with the activation of the special will gu, there were other shocking methods that sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Truyang Tower could not be activated by the immortal essence, it immediately shut down. Even though Giant Sun's will was furious, he had no way to deal with it immediately. He fell into a predicament. Truyang Tower fell into deathly silence. Fang Yuan was at ease. In his previous life, Central Continent's gu immortals had used this method to destroy Giant Sun's will and destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. Unfortunately, I am still a mortal and not a gu immortal. I cannot obtain any benefits from this place. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was Giant Sun's will's weakest moment, but he could no longer interfere. In fact, even if he became a gu immortal, he would not be able to gain any advantage by relying on his own gu immortal battle strength. Central Continent's gu immortals attacked this place, a total of 11 people, each of them an elite expert, but only 3 returned victorious. However, their sacrifices were worth it. The battle results were plentiful. Truyang Tower was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Its sudden destruction caused Northern Plains to suffer heavy losses. Their morale fell to rock bottom and they were forced to retreat on the battlefield. If not for Ma Hongyun, who was already a gu immortal, acting as a pillar and repeatedly playing a crucial role at the most crucial moments, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. To the current Fang Yuan, at least for a period of time, he was safe. What happened to Truyang Tower just now? Don't tell me the impact of Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal ascension was too great, even 88-point Jinyang Tower was affected by it? Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits gu immortals from entering. Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal ascension here is an extremely rare event. Will this destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements back then? Truyang Tower's strange movements made those who did not know the truth bewildered. They started to make guesses. Truyang Tower fell into a deathly silence. There were no other movements for the time being. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted to Tai Bai Yunqing again. Tai Bai Yunqing floated between heaven and earth, continuously absorbing heaven qi and earth qi, combining them with his own human qi. The 3 qi were balanced, pouring into what was once the aperture. An extremely mystical transformation was happening on his body. Be it his body, soul or mind, they were all being tempered by the heaven and earth qi. The essence of his entire life was being refined. There were 3 steps to immortal ascension. First was shattering the aperture, second was taking in qi. Tai Bai Yunqing had benefited from a complete gu immortal inheritance. He was very clear about the crux of this. He was able to perform stably with no major obstructions. However, how could the process of immortal ascension only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven qi and vast earth qi, human qi only came from Tai Bai Yunqing. Thus, heaven and earth qi were vast and boundless, while human qi was small. The 3 qi were balanced. The excess heaven qi and earth qi could not be absorbed in time, and were pushed to the side. As time passed, these heaven qi and earth qi would accumulate in the sky and on the ground, continuously accumulating and condensing. A qualitative change would occur from quantity to quantity. Tai Bai Yunqing's accumulation is too deep. He has absorbed so much heaven qi and earth qi. Now, these heaven qi and earth qi are about to condense into a calamity and tribulation. Yi Luisang's eyes shone brightly. The deeper the gu master's accumulation, the higher the difficulty of immortal ascension. But if they succeeded, their future achievements would also be higher. The risks and benefits involved were directly proportional. He Lulan was even more speechless. She was closely watching, trying her best to observe and reference. How were heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed? The scene in front of them, the process of their formation, was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The golden earth chi became denser, the turbid chi condensed into a single horned tiger. And the green heaven chi condensed into countless huge jade willow leaves. Each willow leaf was the size of a boat. The single-horned tiger was the size of a small mountain, sitting on the ground, raising its head and waiting to leap. The jade willow leaves swayed, spreading in the sky, ready to move. This is the earthly calamity tiger, heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped his maniacal laughter, his expression turned serious. Everyone was so far away, but they could feel the boundless might of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, not to mention the target of the earthly calamity and earthly calamity, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was at the heart of the storm. At once, everyone was silent, the atmosphere was heavy. Then, where did the primeval essence to activate these special will gu come from? With so many special intention gu, and possibly even more, the demand for primeval essence was huge. Giant Sons will thought for a while and realized, these special will gu did not absorb primeval essence, but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest rank 6 green grape immortal essence could turn into almost limitless primeval essence. This immortal essence was the energy source of these special will gu. And these immortal essence were hidden very well. Evidently, there were other supplementary gu worms working together with the special will gu, forming a huge and concealed gu formation. As long as I sever the connection between them and the immortal essence, these special will gu are not a threat. Giant Sons will quickly thought of this. And to sever the connection between the special will gu and the immortal opportunity, the prerequisite was to understand this gu formation. Just like how the central continent gu immortals sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun immortal in order to restrain 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sons will had the same idea. Immediately, Giant Sons will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues, he deduced deeply, and the blurry gu formation diagram gradually became clear. The land spirit naturally would not wait for its death. Sensing that Giant Sun's will was restrained, it exerted all its strength and attacked the seal on its body. Gruel mud was very effective against the seal, the green mud on its body was filled with cracks, and the edges were rapidly melting. For more of the pitch-black chains locked onto the wings snapped in quick succession. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched, its body shook intensely, breaking off most of the green mud on its wings. Shortly after, it opened its wings impatiently. Its whole body was overflowing with cold air, it was pure white like snow, it raised its head and flew, looking noble and magnificent. But before its wings could fully open, they were tightly pulled by the black chains. Its movements paused, the intense pain made it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they were still firm shackles that restricted its freedom. Tear it apart. Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned its elegant neck, its sharp eyebrows like a blade flickered with cold light. Oh no! Giant Sun's will, who was thinking intensely, sensed this situation and had to stop thinking. Once the land spirit left his control, then 88-point Jinyang Tower would be thrown out of Imperial Court blessed land by the land spirit at any time. Without the protection of Imperial Court blessed land, True Yang Tower would attract countless gu immortals to fight over it. At that time, the ants would devour the elephant, no matter how much yellow apricot immortal essence he had, it would not be able to sustain the expenditure of countless gu immortals. But Giant Sons will wanted to stop the land spirit, but he did not have the strength to do so. Earlier, while he was thinking, he had tried to attack it several times. Although there was some effect and he recovered some of his methods, it was still limited and could not be suppressed directly. At this time, outside Truyang Tower, roar. Zenith Tiger opened its mouth and roared, jumping fiercely. At once, the earth shook, the mountain-like Zenith Tiger actually leapt into the air. A huge malevolent tiger claw. It fiercely slapped towards the insect-like Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a light shout and quickly retreated. The tiger claw did not hit him, but the enormous wind force created when it slapped still made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, willow winds drifted down from the sky. These willow winds were as big as small boats. When they landed, they were graceful like falling leaves. But their movements seemed slow but were actually fast, their killing power was astonishing. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was bathed in blood. He paid close attention to the willow wind's movements. Earlier, he was careless and got hit by 3 willow winds, his defensive goo had already been destroyed. Right now, seeing the willow winds descending, he quickly dodged left and right. On the ground, the Zenith Tiger pounced. The willow winds drifted down from the sky. Tai Bai Yunsheng only persisted for a while before he felt it hard to continue, he was in a sorry state and faced the danger of losing his life. Sigh, Tai Bai Yunsheng is doomed. His accumulation is too deep, but his preparations for immortal ascension are not sufficient. Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, do your best. Even Fang Yuan. Being in the situation, seeing this scene, he could not help but feel nervous. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng going to fail his immortal ascension in this life? He suddenly had a thought, disregarding the backlash, he forcefully activated luck inspection goo. He saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck was burning like a cloud of fire, like boiling water, it was unbelievably vigorous. But in the next moment, a small half of the karmic luck that looked like a burning cloud actually vanished. What's going on? This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen such a change in luck. Right at this time, a pillar of light shot out from Truyang building. The light pillar was straight, as thick as an ancient tree, piercing the sky. The willow winds disintegrated after being hit by this light pillar, returning to the clear and bright sky, pure and gentle. The light pillar continued to shoot, the willow winds in the sky disintegrated by more than half. The light pillar shot at the Zenith Tiger again, it howled in pain and tried to dodge, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow, it could not dodge at all. The earthly calamity Zenith Tiger became smaller and smaller, until it turned into nothingness. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. 88-point Jinyang Tower made a move. Ancestor above, he protected Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng. Many people cheered. But a portion snorted disdainfully, bullshit, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline, why would Ancestor protect him? Is this the legendary divert disaster goo? Yi Luisang was shocked. He Lulan was even more moved, luck path divert disaster goo, it can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, causing their power to fall, or even directly vanish into nothingness. If I can obtain this immortal goo. Divert disaster immortal goo was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was also one of the limited methods that Giant Sun's will could use currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop there. After several attacks, he was able to forcefully extract a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence. After activating divert disaster goo, he activated the human chi immortal goo in true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng's fire cloud luck had reduced by a small portion. Human Chi Immortal Goo was activated and similarly emitted a white light. This time, it directly shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's body. Human Chi Immortal Goo could increase a Goo Master's human Chi and raise the Goo Immortal's future potential. With this help, Tai Bai Yunsheng's human Chi instantly rose by 10 times. With the increase in human Chi, he naturally needed more Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. But Heaven Chi and Earth Chi were extracted from Imperial Court Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed loudly, Truyang Building's actions were out of his expectations. He quickly absorbed and fused a large amount of the 3 qi into his body. Not only did he turn the situation around, his potential also rose greatly and his future prospects were bright. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched in anger. The extraction of heaven and earth qi in large amounts caused its strength to weaken, an intense feeling of weakness assaulted its whole body. Little Sparrow, you are still too inexperienced. Giant Sunswill snorted coldly. He used all the immortal essence he could extract at the most crucial point and obtained the greatest effect, greatly alleviating the dangerous situation. After all, it originated from an immortal venerable's will and had outstanding wisdom. Now that the situation had changed, it was advantageous to Giant Sun's will. The land spirit's weakness gave Giant Sun's will sufficient time to decipher the special will goo formation that trapped him. Once he broke through the encirclement, Giant Sun's will would regain control and it would be much easier to undo the immortal essence seal. As long as he undid the immortal essence seal, 88-point Jinyang Tower would display the supreme might of a rank 8 immortal goo house. Damn it, I still underestimated the immortal venerable's will. The time I have left is less than half of what I expected. Relying on the glass owner token, Fang Yuan had the information of True Yang building. Chapter 615. At the center of heaven and earth, the 3 qi converged. With the help of Giant Sun's will, the dense qi almost enveloped Tai Bai Yunxing into a qi cocoon. He was inside, all his injuries were healed, and his body, soul and mind were continuously rising. He recalled his life, scenes after scenes flashed in his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao flowed in his heart, inspiration flashed continuously, the cultivation problems that had shackled him in the past were being perfectly answered one by one. At this moment, heaven and earth were like a selfless teacher, imparting everything to Tai Bai Yunxing. But the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast. The more Tai Bai Yunxing knew, the more insignificant he felt. He could only start from his own time path, continuously deepening and expanding it. His understanding of time path had reached the peak of his life. Natural inspiration. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu masters use Gu, refine Gu and nurture Gu, they are actually constantly interacting, exploring and learning from heaven and earth. During immortal ascension, Gu masters no longer need to use Gu worms to indirectly understand heaven and earth, they can directly interact with heaven and earth. Such a precious opportunity to interact might only appear once in a Gu immortal's life. Rank 5 peak stage was the endpoint of a mortal Gu master. And rank 6 Gu immortals transcended the mortal world, it was a new starting point for becoming a Gu immortal. At this crucial starting point, every Gu immortal's achievements and the potential they accumulated for the future would be different. Such a wonderful experience, it is a pity my human qi is not enough. Tai Bai Yunxing had not had enough, he showed a regretful expression. His human qi had already been used up, and this was with the help of human qi immortal Gu, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The qi cocoon dissipated. Tai Bai Yunxing's figure reappeared in the air. The 3 qi fused and compressed into a tricolored mixed essence qi lump, condensing at Tai Bai Yunxing's original aperture. At this point, the second step of immortal ascension, taking in qi, was completed. Next was the final step of immortal ascension, releasing Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing was extremely solemn. He took out river as before, mountain as before, man as before, 3 Gu. These 3 Gu were his core Gu worms, he was extremely familiar with them. Among them, man as before was his vital Gu. Finally, the most crucial moment has arrived. Tai Bai Yunxing first threw the natal Gu into the tricolored qi mass inside his body. Boom! An auditory hallucination suddenly resounded in his ears, causing Tai Bai Yunxing's body to tremble. 3-colored air mass. Originally, they intertwined with each other and flowed continuously. After, man as before, barged in, it was as if a bomb had been ignited, causing the primordial qi mass to explode violently. There can be no construction without destruction, rebirth from death. This was the moment to ascend to immortality as a mortal. There was a loud explosion. It was truly too wonderful for words, exploding into a miracle of life, exploding into a brand new world. The mortal aperture shattered, the immortal aperture formed. What a good immortal aperture! The sky inside is blue like crystal, the land is barren like yellow stone. The immortal aperture was like a newborn baby, it needed nutrients urgently. An extremely powerful suction force erupted from it. Hu, heaven chi and earth chi poured into Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. Within the immortal aperture, the area was expanding rapidly. 1 million mu, 2 million mu, 3 million mu. As for the flow of time, it continued to rise from the original 1 to 10, 1 to 20, chi currents surged, the immortal aperture became unstable. Tai Bai Yunsheng threw in river as before and mountain as before to stabilize the situation. The immortal aperture continued to expand, drawing in the tributaries of the river of time. This caused the flow of time to increase steadily. During this period, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued to put in goo worms, maintaining the immortal aperture's stability. 5 million mu, 6 million mu, over 7 million mu. 1 to 30, 1 to 31, 1 to 32. 1 to 33. At this point, the immortal aperture's growth had reached its limit, like it had eaten its fill, it stopped growing. But clear heaven chi was still pouring down from the sky. On the ground, golden earth chi continued to surge up. At this point, the immortal aperture's absorption of heaven and earth chi slowed down. At first, it was a big gulp, but now it was like a small sip. Heaven and earth chi gathered into the immortal aperture, like green and gold clouds, filling the entire immortal aperture. Within the dense chi currents, beads of immortal essence were formed. They were the rank 6 Gu Immortal's green grape immortal essence, a total of 36 beads were formed. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust on the ground started to dissipate. Inside the immortal aperture, there was still misty heaven and earth chi that had not dissipated. They gathered around man as before, river as before, mountain as before and other goo worms, causing the fog around these goo worms to become dense, forming a chi cocoon. The two chi fused, heaven and earth resonated. Within the chi cocoon, some goo worms started to undergo some kind of mysterious transformation. This is the moment. A goo recipe flashed across Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. This goo recipe was only a theoretical goo recipe, it came from the old beggar's goo immortal inheritance, it was the theoretical deduction of the goo immortal who left behind the inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not guarantee the success of this theoretical goo recipe. But he had no way out. He did not have much lifespan left, it was about to be exhausted. After becoming an immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially his perception of time, he could sense it to the point of every breath. This novel increase did not make him happy for long, he sank into silent pressure and even fear. Because he felt that he really did not have much time left. It was like a small puddle under the sunlight, and his lifespan was like the thin layer of water left in the puddle. His original plan to obtain lifespan goo had failed because of Fang Yuan's secret obstruction. The experience in the Blood Path Hall had become a knot in his heart. Right now, his only hope was man as before goo. According to the theoretical goo recipe, as long as he refined man as before goo to rank 6, he could use it. Refine for me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bellowed as countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical goo recipe and poured into the immortal aperture, directly into the thick chi cocoon of man as before goo. The heaven and earth chi were the source chi of all beings. They resonated with each other and evolved into all the materials and beings in the world. These two chi were the source of all beings, they could replace any goo refinement material. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts. It was like a key, or a precise direction for the heaven and earth chi. The thoughts entered the chi cocoon and immediately caused an intense change. Although it was not as intense as the first step of releasing the goo, the 3 chi explosions were not as intense. But the commotion was not small. The chi cocoon erupted with a suction force, continuously absorbing the heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, air currents continued to surge, forming a howling wind. With man as before Gu as the center, it turned into the eye of the wind, large amounts of heaven and earth chi entered, turning into the Gu refinement resources. This is it. This is it. Tai Bai Yunxing floated in the air, muttering softly. His tone was gratified, but also filled with vicissitudes of life. After so much effort and risk, he finally saw the hope of success. Even though the process was filled with inconceivable possibilities. If not for True Yang Building's help, Tai Bai Yunxing would have definitely died in the second step. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at True Yang Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but True Yang Building had helped him. This was a fact that could be seen by everyone. Has Giant Sun's will awakened? Tai Bai Yunxing inwardly guessed. He had a Gu immortal inheritance. His knowledge was not less than He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the others. Giant Sun immortal strictly forbids Gu immortals from entering or leaving the blessed land. My immortal ascension here has already violated his taboo. Why would he still help me? Tai Bai Yunxing was puzzled. No matter how rich his experience was, he could not imagine what had happened in True Yang Building. Inside True Yang Building, Frost Jade Peacock was shrieking, the green mud fragments around its body were jumping around, the chains were shaking and clanking as they collided with each other. The power that sealed it was being corroded by the gruel mud and was melting. But Frost Jade Peacock did not have a trace of happiness, instead it was filled with anxiety. Giant Sun's will laughed heartily. Little Sparrow, your struggle is useless. Through Tai Bai Yunxing's hands, Giant Sun's will used the only method he had. He cleverly attacked the Imperial Court land spirit and weakened its strength. Even though the power binding Frost Jade Peacock was weakening, Giant Sun's will had already won some time. He had already comprehended more than half of the special will Gu formation that trapped him. An immortal venerable's arrangement. How could it be so simple? As long as Giant Sun's will was free, he would naturally have many methods, like metal path, water path, fire path and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I slept for a bit too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first take care of the disobedient land spirit, then I will clean up all the small loopholes in True Yang Building. At that time, 88-point Jinyang Tower will be like an iron bucket again, able to stand for another 100,000 years. Giant Sun's will said in a deep and heavy tone. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Hearing the words stand for 100,000 years, Frost Jade Peacock's hair stood on end. Land spirits were formed from obsessions, they could not be accommodated with regards to the matter of recognizing a master. Frost Jade Peacock was different from other land spirits, it was incomparably arrogant and did not want to submit. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle, instead it strangely wilted. It laid down, but its gaze was still sharp like a blade, filled with hatred and determination. Giant Sun's will was stunned, but soon realized something and said angrily, Little Sparrow, you dare to do this? Outside True Yang Building. The tribulation clouds and the calamity soil are gradually dissipating. Could it be that Lord Tai Bai Yunxing has succeeded in his immortal ascension? Those who did not know the truth saw this and felt excited. To think that Tai Bai Yunxing has actually reached the third step. Looking at his appearance, his immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what kind of blessed land he has formed. Yi Lui Sang mumbled. When a Gu master ascends to immortal, if they pass the second step, they can form an immortal aperture. Rank 6 and Rank 7 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are blessed lands, while Rank 8 and Rank 9 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into large, medium, and small grades. The more heaven, earth, and human chi it fuses, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed land has an area of at most 300,000 square kilometers, drawing in a small tributary of the river of time, producing more than 10 beads of immortal essence. It is barren in resources. Medium-grade blessed land has an area of 4 to 600,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 20 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. High-grade blessed land has an area of 7 to 900,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. He Lulan stared fixedly, the relevant information flashing through his mind. He frowned slightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng had obtained True Yang Building's help and passed the second step, reaching the third step. Currently, it seemed that his immortal ascension was very likely. If Tai Bai Yunsheng becomes an immortal, what kind of attitude should I have towards him? He Lulan pondered over this difficult problem. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yunsheng will definitely obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal gu is risky. It will cause calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered continuously. Ascending as immortal to immortal naturally had its own risks. Gu masters were like this, gu worms were also like this. When humans absorb heaven and earth chi, the three chi would fuse and create heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When gu worms absorb heaven and earth chi, they would also create calamities and tribulations. When calamities and tribulations occur in one's own blessed land, outsiders would not be able to interfere. True Yang Building could affect Tai Bai Yunsheng, but it could not affect the blessed land in his immortal aperture. In other words, Tai Bai Yunsheng could only rely on his own strength. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky. Imperial Court blessed land's sky was shining with golden light during the day, and gentle silver at night. However, at this moment, pitch-black marks appeared in the golden sky, and specks of starlight shot out from the marks. This was the night sky of northern plains in the outside world. Next, the whole of Imperial Court blessed land started to shake. Everyone gasped in shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust that were about to dissipate became denser again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were like moths flying into a flame, pouring into Tai Bai Yunsheng's body without hesitation, going straight into his immortal aperture. What's going on? He Lulan was tongue-tied. What in the world happened? Yi Luisang held his head, shouting. Imperial Court blessed land absorbed too much heaven and earth chi, it damaged its foundation, thus it is exposed to the outside world. It is going to connect northern plains. Fang Yuan's heart shook, his gaze moved from Tai Bai Yunsheng to 88-point Jinyang Tower. He guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It did as it said. Chapter 616. When a gu master ascends to an immortal, their aperture would become an immortal aperture. Compared to the aperture, the immortal aperture was a qualitative improvement. It was like opening up a whole new world. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7 gu immortals were often called blessed lands. The immortal apertures of rank 8 and 9 gu immortals were called grotto heavens. After a gu immortal dies, if they leave behind their obsession, the obsession will fuse with the heaven and earth power in the immortal aperture and form a land spirit. Every immortal aperture was unique, it was a part of the gu immortal's body. In a sense, even if a gu immortal died, the land spirit and immortal aperture they left behind were another form of continuation of their life. It was precisely because they were formed from obsessions that they were stubborn and inflexible. There were many examples in history. For example, a powerful gu immortal covets a certain blessed land, but in the end, the land spirit would not allow it to recognize him as its owner, and the land spirit would not allow it. In the end, the land spirit would self-destruct, causing the gu immortal's efforts to be in vain. Giant Sun's will had forcefully sealed the Frost Jade Peacock Imperial Court's earth spirit, causing the latter to be enraged for more than 100,000 years. Now that he had to continue sealing it, the Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was ignited. What the hell is going on? Lord Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal ascension caused a hole in the blessed land. Imperial Court blessed land is appearing in the world, unbelievable, this has never happened in tens of thousands of years. This is bad. I have a very bad premonition. Do you think the blessed land is going to be destroyed? In the blessed land, everyone exclaimed in shock. Fear and doubt quickly spread. Countless wounds appeared in the sky. The heavenly wall of the blessed land that was originally alternating between gold and silver. Right now, they were covered in wounds, and from these wounds, people could see the starlight in Northern Plains' night sky. Fang Yuan's gaze. However, there was still silence. Imperial Court blessed land will not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart. He was very certain of this. In history, there were many examples of land spirits committing suicide and blessed lands self-destructing, but this was definitely not the case before him. How could the arrangements of the giant sun immortal be so easily overturned? This was the great effort of a rank 9 Gu immortal, directly covering Northern Plains. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was the biggest obstacle. In the past. How could a land spirit create such a wave? But now, Giant Sun's will had just awakened from its slumber and was caught unprepared. For the time being, he couldn't spare any effort to clean up the situation. And under the influence of my gruel mud immortal Gu, the sealing power of the land spirit has dissipated by more than half, that is why the land spirit has the strength to struggle. Analyzing until here, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decisiveness and methods. He cleverly used Tai Bai Yunqing as a chess piece. Using the only means at his disposal. He had fought for the most precious time, allowing the scales of victory to tilt in his favor. Although the land spirit cannot truly self-destruct, it can still extract its own heaven and earth qi. This is the most basic ability. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan looked into the distance at Tai Bai Yunqing. Above Tai Bai Yunqing's head, the tribulation clouds that had already dissipated gathered again. The dust on the ground. Similarly, it began to spread again. Large amounts of heaven and earth qi gushed out. A brand new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were about to form. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Haven't they passed already? Yi Luisang's eyes opened wide at this sight. This is completely different from the records. Tai Bai Yunqing is very strange, how can there be two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lulan was also puzzled. They did not know, the others were even more clueless. Seeing the imposing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities forming again, many people cried out in shock, expressing extreme worry towards Tai Bai Yunqing's situation. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was ashen. Why are there still heavenly tribulations forming? That's not what my inheritance says. His heart was filled with both shock and anger. Because not only in the outside world, at the same time, inside his immortal aperture, another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was brewing. Mortal Gu becoming an immortal was like a Gu master becoming an immortal, it was a dangerous process of defying heaven and earth. When a Gu worm refines into an immortal Gu, it would naturally draw in heaven and earth qi, thus forming the corresponding heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. With both internal and external problems attacking together, Tai Bai Yunqing was in a dilemma, he was afraid of losing sight of the other, the situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used gruel mud immortal Gu to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the contest between the land spirit and Giant Sun's will. This immortal ascension was already out of the control of the people involved. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark, they were muddle-headed and did not know the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's plan. The land spirit could not win against Giant Sun's will in a race for time, so it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yunqing. Heaven and earth qi were extracted by the land spirit by sacrificing its own foundation. Its goal was to form a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to destroy Tai Bai Yunqing. What benefits would destroying him bring to the land spirit? This involved the annexation of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures could not annex each other, but after immortal ascension, the immortal aperture would become a small world. Between the heavens and earth, they could annex each other, which was even more beneficial to the Gu immortal. Earlier on Tian Ti Mountain, Fang Yuan had given up a quarter of Hu immortal blessed land's territory, which was quickly seized by other Gu immortals. Annexing other immortal apertures to strengthen one's own immortal aperture had many benefits. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yunsheng, the latter would die, but his immortal aperture would remain. After the immortal aperture was left behind, it would naturally be annexed by Imperial Court Blessed Land. After this annexation, the Blessed Land's foundation would rise greatly, and the land spirit's strength would also rise sharply. This would be a huge help to it in breaking through Giant Sun's blockade. In the sky, black clouds rumbled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless purple lightning bolts converged into a ball of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust in the sky settled down, exposing the bare ground. A crack gradually appeared on the ground, it was hundreds of feet long, revealing bright red flames inside, like a desolate beast opening its bloody mouth. Flames rose up, condensed into smoke, and surged up. Chaotic lightning ball. Restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This chaotic lightning ball was not only powerful, it also had the effect of destroying the Gu Master's thoughts and wills, causing chaos. The smoke sealed the world. As long as the Gu Master was trapped inside, they would lose their 5 senses, like falling into a maze, unable to struggle free. The chaotic lightning ball was not fast, but when used with restraining smoke, it was just right, and its might could be maximized. Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly worried. Tai Bai Yunqing's failure. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. The hand holding the glass owner token tightened slightly. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep, still too weak. Too weak. With my current strength, I can only make use of the situation. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls tore through the air, emitting a strange screeching sound. It sounded like a woman's crying voice. It was extremely piercing. At the same time, the smoke surged, climbing towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was pale. The chaotic lightning ball's direction kept changing, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was not easy to dodge. Right now, there was smoke rising around him, as if he was in an ancient forest. Once I enter the smoke, I will definitely die. Oh no, the immortal aperture's heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are also brewing. My defensive Gu has already been used up. Tai Bai Yunsheng gritted his teeth. Ruthlessness shone in his gaze. Fight! His whole body shone with a bright light. Several movement Gu worms were activated, bringing his body flying upwards. The intense wind blew this old man's hair behind his head, causing it to flutter in the wind. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunsheng directly charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above his head were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, it was like moths flying into a flame. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng trying to commit suicide? Yi Luisang frowned. Good. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. The smoke seemed harmless and had no offensive ability, it only had the effect of trapping the enemy, but its threat was even greater than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunsheng recognized the situation and made the best decision. He charged into the lightning cloud, and under the bombardment of the countless lightning balls, he moved like a fish in water. Bam bam bam, the lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunsheng's body. He moved left and right, searching for a way out. His movement speed fluctuated between fast and slow, but it was always just right. Amazing. What kind of flying standard is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hit it too deeply, I only found out now. everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that Tai Bai Yunsheng was actually a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng is also proficient in cloud path gu worms. Yi Lui sang praised, he was not very surprised. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing gu master, he had traveled in northern plains all these years, and had encountered countless dangers. To be able to survive until today, he definitely had some skill. In fact, most healing gu masters were not proficient in defense, but in movement. When gu masters were being nurtured, they were specially trained like this. Because on the battlefield, healing gu masters were often the first targets, and most of the time, they could not receive the help of their teammates. This required the healing gu master to have a certain level of self-defense. As the number one healing master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not proficient in defense, and he is so old, it is not surprising that he has such flying attainment. Hei Lulan thought of this and turned her head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan was sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, seemingly paying attention to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng, Chang Shanyin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little sparrow, you are jumping around quite happily. In True Yang Building, giant suns will laugh from extreme anger. 88-point Jinyang Tower shook intensely, multicolored light filled the sky, and a huge light pillar shot out. Immortal Gu, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's surroundings, dispelling the lightning balls and piercing through the smoke. Ancestor is really favoring Tai Bai Yunsheng, he is making a move again. Exclamations of admiration and jealousy rose one after another. This situation is too strange, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but he is actually receiving ancestors' favor. Someone started to be suspicious. Chapter 617. Luck Inspection Gu. Fang Yuan's heart jolted, he poured his primeval essence into it. At the next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection Gu was a rank 5 luck path investigative Gu, it could allow him to see luck invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck, the originally flourishing red fire luck had dissipated by a small half. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortals will helped him, causing his luck to be depleted. Now, it is helping him again, causing his luck to be reduced to a third of its original value. Fang Yuan thought. He looked at his own luck, it was still black coffin luck, it was as thick as ink and was even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he sneered to himself and looked at the Blessed Land's people. Almost everyone who was watching Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension had their luck changed. Most of the Gu masters had unknowingly been shrouded in a layer of small black coffin luck. Only Hei Lulan still had green luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting, he wisely stopped using luck inspection Gu. During the process of a Gu master's immortal ascension, heaven and earth chi would boil, using Gu worms in such an environment would definitely cause backlash. If he persisted, both the human and Gu would be injured, or even die. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng again. He was moving between the lightning bolts, passing through the gaps in the clouds, displaying his master-level flying attainment. He had no defensive Gu on him, he was purely moving to avoid the chaotic lightning balls, it was like walking on a tightrope, it was extremely dangerous. To avoid the earthly calamities restraining smoke, he had charged into the lightning clouds, this was a wise choice, but it was also a helpless move. If not for my green grape immortal essence, I would have turned into unlimited primeval essence. Otherwise, my aperture would have already been exhausted at this insane speed. Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly, his hair was in a mess, his body was weak, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Buzz! Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed its direction, smashing towards him. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. For a moment, he could only stare angrily. At the critical moment, a white beam of light shot over. It hit the chaotic thunderball. Under the illumination of the light, the ball of lightning quickly melted and turned into a puff of pure and clear air. Divert disaster goo. The rescue at 88-point Jinyang Tower had once again helped Tai Bai Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a goo immortal, I have no defenses. If you're struck by the chaotic thunderball, you'll definitely be injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yunsheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fear lingered in his heart. After becoming a goo immortal, his life essence had been elevated. If it was immortal, a single chaotic lightning ball would be enough to take their life. Goo immortals were not afraid, even if they had no defensive goo worms. However, it was not a problem for him to endure a dozen or so thunderballs. However, the key point was that the chaotic thunderball had special effects. After being hit, Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts would be in chaos, his thoughts would be in chaos and he would not be able to think. At this crucial moment, if Tai Bai Yunsheng floated in the air, countless chaotic thunderballs would rush towards him. If he was hit by these thunderballs, Tai Bai Yunsheng would not even have the ability to think, he would be bombarded and drowned by the countless thunderballs. Quickly look. 88-point Jinyang Tower has saved Tai Bai Yunsheng once again. That's right, this situation has already happened at least a dozen times. With True Yang Tower's help, it seems Tai Bai Yunsheng's success in passing the tribulation is certain. Outside the arena, everyone was amazed and envious at this scene. Such a huge reinforcement, can it really work? Hei Lolan's eyes shined with brilliance, but she had a different opinion in her heart. In this environment where heaven and earth chi were boiling, any goo worm that was used would attract a strong backlash. Divert disaster immortal goo was no exception. In the history of goo masters, there were many cases of using immortal goo to help during tribulation, but the backlash eventually destroyed the immortal goo. It was just that most people were amateurs, they did not know such secrets. Divert disaster immortal goo is one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It is used to divert disaster for Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will would absolutely not sacrifice this precious immortal goo for Tai Bai Yunsheng. That is to say, Giant Sun's will support is limited. Next is the most crucial part. Everything depends on whether Tai Bai Yunsheng can quickly pass the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. Feng Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, his heart also starting to throb. After all, landscape as before goo was his main target in this trip to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng's speed gradually slowed down. He had internal and external problems. The external problem was the land spirit's scheme, while the internal problem was the mortal goo ascending to immortal realm, causing calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Especially this internal problem, it was drawing more and more of his attention, causing his reaction to the outside world to slow down. Suddenly, his body shook and he completely stopped moving. At the next moment, countless chaotic lightning balls smashed towards him. Divert disaster light pillar shined with a dazzling light, it also exploded and enveloped Tai Bai Yunsheng. The most crucial moment has arrived. Feng Yuan, Hei Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the others could clearly see this, their gazes flashed. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, a dazzling light burst out, filling the sky and earth. The aura of the immortal goo burst out majestically. In the dazzling light, an immortal goo slowly rose up. It was shaped like a ladybug, fist-sized and had a jade-like body. There were natural markings on its round shell. Half were rivers and lakes, while the other half were hills and peaks. So this immortal goo is formed from the combination of river as before and mountain as before. It seems its effect is the combination and enhancement of river as before and mountain as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng guessed. This was refined using heaven and earth resonance, he did not personally refine it, thus he was not clear about the effect of landscape as before. After observing for a few breaths of time, Tai Bai Yunsheng shifted his attention to the center of the blessed land. Immortal Gu landscape as before was not his target, it was only a pleasant surprise. At this moment, at the center of the blessed land, the cocoon formed by man as before Gu also had cracks on it. Dazzling multicolored light flowed out of the cracks, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The cocoon dissipated. A multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Everywhere it went, a multicolored rainbow light would scatter along the butterfly's path. The shape of the rainbow was like a twisting phantom. Success, Immortal Gu man as before. Ahaha! Seeing this, Tai Bai Yunsheng cried tears of joy. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many worries and expectations, so many times his life was hanging by a thread. At this moment, he obtained the perfect result. But the internal problems were still there. In the immortal aperture, green tribulation clouds rumbled, forming into a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a rotten silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail turned into chi, becoming one with the tribulation clouds that covered the sky. The ground started to shake, rumbling like thunder. The deafening sound was deafening. The newly formed ground started to crack, lava gushed out of the cracks, and thick smoke rose. 10,000 li of dry land. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart shook. Facing the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone, he felt an unparalleled pressure. He placed his hope on the immortal Gu landscape as before. Come! He willed, and a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into landscape as before Gu. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately spread its wings, turning into a flash of light as it flew away. Everywhere it went. In a radius of 10,000 li, the earth returned to spring. The mountains and rivers were like before, returning to the moment before the earthly calamity. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart immediately calmed down. With landscape as before immortal Gu, he had no fear of the molten earth calamity. Howl! The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, letting out a strange roar. It suddenly shot out, its huge body bringing along tornadoes as it pounced towards landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly became nervous. Immortal Gu had their own abilities, except for defensive Gu, they were all weak. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, the situation would be very disadvantageous to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fortunately, landscape as before Gu resonated with heaven and earth. It was born in his immortal aperture, and could be controlled by him like an extension of his arm. Tai Bai Yunsheng had accumulated a lot. He quickly activated landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. Behind him, the silver horn green scale python attacked dozens of times, causing mountains and rivers to collapse, the earth to crack, sand and rocks were sent flying, and intense winds were created. Oh no! If this goes on. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind was extremely concentrated. After a few breaths of time, his forehead was already covered in sweat. His eyes were shut, his body was still floating in the air, allowing the chaotic lightning balls to attack him. Fortunately, he had divert disaster immortal Gu's light pillar to protect his body. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng could not care about the outside world, he had not forgotten about the external threat. The terrible situation prompted him to make a decisive decision to cut off his wrists. The reinforcements at 88-point Jinyang Tower are limited, who knows when they will stop. I can only do this. Man as before immortal Gu is in my hands now. As long as there is time, there is hope. Cut, cut! Tai Bai Yunsheng screamed in his heart. Giving up a pawn to save the general, he resolutely gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, and started to cut the sky. The blessed land was the foundation of a Gu immortal. Cutting the blessed land was the same as harming oneself, reducing one's strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to do this. Like when Fang Yuan underwent the earthly calamity in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also making a decisive decision. The sky of the immortal aperture was cut layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were directly expelled from his body. Outside his body was Imperial Court Blessed Land. Frost Jade Peacock chirped happily, immediately devouring these blessed land fragments to increase its strength. Giant Suns will roared in anger. He was protecting Tai Bai Yunsheng's life now, but the latter was supporting the enemy. Giant Suns will had no choice but to protect him. If Tai Bai Yunsheng died, his entire immortal aperture would be annexed by Imperial Court Blessed Land. And most importantly, Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was already full of cracks. If it continued to support Tai Bai Yunsheng, it might be destroyed by the backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunsheng died, it would also be disadvantageous to Giant Sun's will. Chapter 618. Inside the immortal aperture, the sky was being shaved off layer by layer. The thick tribulation clouds were becoming thinner. The rampaging silver horn green scale python was now only 1/10 of its original size. Its might was even weaker. The situation was turning for the better for Tai Bai Yunsheng. Success is close at hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were filled with tears as he opened them. The situation inside the immortal aperture was gradually stabilizing. He could already divert some of his attention to deal with the dangers outside. Seeing that he was enveloped by the light of Divert Disaster and could not be affected by the tribulation, Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but feel gratitude. This time, it is all thanks to 88-point Jinyang Tower's help, otherwise, I would not have even a trace of hope of success. Ugh! The light of Divert Disaster suddenly vanished. The pitiful Tai Bai Yunsheng was caught off guard. He was hit by the chaotic lightning balls that swarmed towards him. His thoughts were in chaos as he flew around, crashing into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls along the way, losing control of himself and losing his rationality. Before everyone could express their shock, the 88 True Yang building once again erupted with an extremely powerful suction force, directly sucking the frenzied Tai Bai Yunsheng inside. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice Divert Disaster Goo, nor could he kill Tai Bai Yunsheng. Of course, the best method was to expel Tai Bai Yunsheng from the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, in the current situation, only Frost Jade Peacock could do this. Left with no choice, Giant Sun's will could only use this method. This was indeed a bad plan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, tribulation clouds and earthly calamity moved, covering 88-point Jinyang Tower. Countless chaotic lightning balls rained down like a storm. The restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial python. It continued to seep in. After 88-point Jinyang Tower absorbed Tai Bai Yunsheng, it became the target of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, Giant Sun's will chose to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How can this be? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng was sucked into True Yang Tower. What ability does he have? Worthy of the ancestors' favor. This is a heavenly tribulation, it will cause great damage to the True Yang building. Everyone was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, activating goo worms would result in backlash. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was essentially the combination of many immortal goo and countless mortal goo. Now, he was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure itself was immense. And because of the backlash, it affected the coordination between the goo worms. There was no doubt that this was not a wise move. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng had become the key to the battle between Giant Sun's will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will had no choice but to resort to this method. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, the Frost Jade Peacock was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly dodging between the towering trees. A total of 5 immortal goo. It dragged behind it a trail of colorful flames. They surrounded and intercepted it. The frost jade peacock didn't want to be sealed again, so it fled with all its might. Gradually, it became so flustered that it didn't know where it was going, knocking down countless giant trees along the way. The True Yang building was controlled by Giant Sun's will. It was a natural cage that could mobilize any strength in the round. Frost Jade Peacock became a caged bird, and the giant trees turned into tree men, opening their arms to block it. Squeak! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly screeched. It received a huge blow. It tore apart the defense of the three ancient tree men, but its speed fell greatly because of this. A metal path immortal goo behind it caught up. A layer of golden light quickly spread out from its body. Wherever the golden light went, it condensed into a thick golden shell, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock's body. Frost Jade Peacock only felt that the areas covered by the golden light could not move at all. It was immediately shocked and furious. It quickly flapped its wings, trying to raise its speed again. But at the next moment, it suffered the attack of a second immortal goo. An intense drowsiness assaulted its mind, causing its eyes to blur as it felt a strong sense of drowsiness. Bang! A loud sound echoed. It fell from the sky and fell head first to the ground, unable to fly again. It had a premonition of its fate of being sealed again, and tears of grief and indignation flowed out of its eyes. Don't even think about it, don't even think about it. Frost Jade Peacock muttered, trying to resist with all its remaining strength. But although it still had the power of Immortal Goo Gruel Mud, the two Immortal Goo that sealed it were not restrained by Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Frost Jade Peacock burst out with an intense will to die. Disregarding everything, it extracted the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Heaven and Earth Chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As for it, it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally created by a space path goo immortal, thus the Blessed Land's area was huge, far surpassing its peers. Later, after Giant Sun Immortal's development, it became a top-tier Blessed Land, possessing astronomical changes. It could be said that it was already one step away from transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could annex the time path Goo Immortal Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture, space and time would converge. It would be a huge supplement to Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was very likely to undergo a qualitative change and raise Imperial Court Blessed Land to a grotto heaven. In this way, Frost Jade Peacock would be able to destroy most of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Although it could not suppress 88-point Jinyang Tower, it had the ability to sweep it away. But Giant Sun's will was too decisive. He would rather endure the attacks of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, to protect Tai Bai Yunqing's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only a remnant obsession of a dead Goo Immortal. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of this obsession that it had a sense of bravery. When it was sealed, it would rather be destroyed. Disregarding the consequences, it extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court Blessed Land. This heaven and earth chi was like adding fuel to the fire, adding to the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. The number of chaotic lightning balls instantly increased by 10 times. Restraint Smoke also underwent a new transformation. Its body expanded and became even darker. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely smashing onto 88-point Jinyang Tower. Amidst the intense explosions, 88-point Jinyang Tower was riddled with damage. The eaves were broken and cracks appeared on the outer walls. Restraint Smoke turned into an even more troublesome life-taking smoke calamity. Its power was even greater and the smoke pervaded every opening. It permeated into 88-point Jinyang Tower, gradually dyeing its surface black. The pitch-black walls looked like they had been eroded by thousands of years of wind. They continued to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are getting stronger. This power is too terrifying. Quickly retreat, retreat. What's going on? Even the wind and snow outside the Blessed Land are pouring in. The spectators were all shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi, damaging the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a sturdy house. But now, the bricks and walls were all extracted, only the supporting frame of the house was left. This way, countless loopholes were formed. It was connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, the outside world, Northern Plains, was currently experiencing the 10-year snow calamity. Divert Disaster Gu's hibernation caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be attacked by the snow calamity. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a shelter, large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature fell rapidly. Large snowflakes fluttered in the air. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not far from it. "Little sparrow, look at the trouble you have caused." Giant sons will shouted angrily. Blessed lands and grotto heavens, every once in a while, they would welcome calamities and tribulations of varying sizes. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamity and tribulation. The great snow calamity that ravaged Northern Plains every 10 years was actually Imperial Court Blessed Land's calamity and tribulation. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was 88 Truyang building. It was also a top-grade Blessed Land with such a huge area. The fortune was too great, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were also extremely terrifying. Now that Divert Disaster Gu was hibernating, Imperial Court Blessed Land could communicate with the outside world, causing the 10-year snow calamity to return. 88-point Jinyang Tower could resist the lightning balls and black smoke, but it could not resist the great snow calamity that ravaged the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would crumble under the impact of the snow calamity. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88-point Jinyang Tower, but 88-point Jinyang Tower needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. However, there was only one way to salvage the situation. That was to activate Divert Disaster Gu and eliminate the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity, turning it into heaven and earth chi. Then, Imperial Court Blessed Land could absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation and close itself off from Northern Plains. Giant Sons could take a risk and barely activate Divert Disaster Gu. But to make Imperial Court Blessed Land absorb heaven and earth chi, Frost Jade Peacock had to cooperate. To make this little sparrow cooperate, it is simply a fantasy. Even Giant Sons knew the difficulty. He helplessly thought of the only possibility, unless Frost Jade Peacock recognizes a new master. What Giant Sons did not know was that in Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, there was landscape as before immortal Gu that could easily resolve this problem. He was thinking of another immortal Gu that he had, false emotion fake will Gu. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was a pair of lovers who truly loved each other. However, nothing was absolute, the land spirit could not be deceived. Giant Sons knew that as long as he found two candidates and used false emotion fake will Gu, he could deceive the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize him again. With Frost Jade Peacock under his control again, all the problems could be resolved. Moreover, this method was very beneficial to Giant Sons' will. If he found two lovers who truly loved each other and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what if this pair of lovers did not obey Giant Sons' will's orders? By finding two unrelated people and using false emotion fake will Gu to fulfill the master recognition condition, Giant Sons would have the initiative. Because false emotion fake will Gu contained Giant Sons' will. False emotion fake will Gu was controlled by Giant Sons' will. Even if these two unrelated people became disloyal in the future, as long as the false emotion fake will Gu was still in his hands, at worst, Giant Sons could just choose two new people. Little sparrow, you are still far from being able to fight me. Giant Sons was astute and farsighted, he had inherited some of the main body's wisdom, the seemingly desperate situation could not stump him. With just a little thought, he thought of a solution. He immediately mobilized the strength of 88-point Jinyang Tower and began to inspect the candidates. At this moment, In Imperial Court Blessed Land, everyone was fleeing for their lives, there were many casualties. The environment was rapidly worsening, the wind was bone-chilling, even a spit could instantly freeze into ice. Majestic snow poured down, tall and fierce snow monsters stood up from the depths of the snow, looking to devour people. But this could not stump Giant Sun's will. 88-point Jinyang Tower could plunder the resources of the whole of Northern Plains. Not to mention the two people in front of him. These two people naturally had to have Giant Sun's bloodline. Soon, Giant Sons will selected two satisfactory candidates. Hei Lolan's vision suddenly changed. Even though she was rank 5 peak stage, she did not even have the ability to resist, she was forcefully sucked in by True Yang Tower. Ah, save me. Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still frantically fleeing, he did not notice the changes in his surroundings. Bam! He crashed into the trunk of a huge tree in front of him. It feels like this kid ran with his eyes closed. Hei Lulan was speechless. Chapter 619. So painful, so painful. Ma Hongyun held his red forehead, grinning as he crawled up from the ground. What is this place? He discovered that the heavy snow had disappeared, the surroundings were warm like spring, it was not a world of ice and snow, but a vast ancient forest. Beside him, there was a huge ancient tree that was hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen grown men holding hands could not wrap around it. The ancient trees reached the sky, the lush leaves covered the sky, the bright sunlight seeped through the gaps of the leaves, forming a peaceful shade. Compared to the outside world, this was like a paradise. You are now in 88-point Jinyang Tower. A voice suddenly resounded in Ma Hongyun and Hei Lolan's ears. Who is it? Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk. Ma Hongyun shouted in shock, Ghost. He panicked and subconsciously ran to Hei Lolan's side. Ghost? I am not a ghost, if I could become a ghost, it would be much easier to do things. Unfortunately, I am only a will left behind by the main body, I am not even comparable to a ghost. Giant Sons will sighed, golden sand-like light particles suddenly appeared in the air. These light particles rotated and suddenly condensed into a majestic figure, it was the appearance of Giant Sun Immortal. Ah, you are. Ma Hongyun stammered, pointing at Giant Sun's will, he was extremely shocked. Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk, he was after all the leader of Hei tribe, he knew a lot. His expression was solemn, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed, Junior greets ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sons will sighed again, saying, I know the two of you are filled with questions. Long story short. Not long ago, this person barged into True Yang Tower and unsealed the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock. This caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be in danger. As he said this, the golden sand light particles condensed into Chang Shan-yin's image. Ah, it's Wolf Wangda's man. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized him. It's him. Hei Lulan couldn't help but exclaim. But Giant Sons will continued, what you see is not this person's true appearance. Saying so, Chang Shan-yin's image in the air gradually changed, eventually turning into Fang Yuan's original appearance. This is the true face of this person, Giant Sons will said. Fang Yuan was impersonating Chang Shan-yin. He used the human skin goo. This goo was a mortal goo, it could deceive Hei Lulan and the others, but it could not deceive the immortal Venerable's will. Even when Fang Yuan was in the true inheritance secret realm. Giant Sons will entered a deep slumber. But in 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were many goo worms that recorded his image. After seeing Fang Yuan's true face, Hei Lulan and Ma Hongyun couldn't recognize him anymore. So this Chang Shan-yin is an imposter. They actually dared to invade Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hei Lulan snorted coldly. Sensing the thick smell of a scheme, she was shocked and furious. Not only is he daring, he is also well prepared. From the two methods he used to plot against me, this is not something a single person can do, he definitely has a huge force behind him. You are all my bloodline descendants, Truyang building was plotted against by outsiders and is in deep danger, I need your strength now. Giant Sons Will said. He Lulan and Ma Hongyun looked at each other. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's words were simple. In a short while, he explained everything clearly. So that's it. He Lulan came to a realization, finally understanding why Truyang building would help Tai Bai Yunsheng. His heart was pounding. Giant Sons Will wanted him to become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, the benefits involved were too shocking. Imperial Court Blessed Land has a very special condition to recognize a master, there are 2 blessed landowners. No wonder back then, Giant Sun Immortal wanted to set up a sacred palace for the Divine Empress to stay in. He doted on the Divine Empress a lot, and now it seems that the Divine Empress is the female lead of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake Gu can deceive the land's spirit, this is very good. But this kid, what ability does he have to be chosen by Ancestor Giant Sun to become the Blessed Land's owner on par with me? He Lulan's gaze was bright, looking at Ma Hongyun with deep disdain. Don't tell me, Ancestor Giant Sun thinks he is easier to control. Thinking of this, He Lulan's gaze shook, afraid of Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to let her imagination run wild. Different from He Lulan, Ma Hongyun suddenly thought of something and shouted, wait. Lady Xiao Yun and Lady Xiao Li are still outside, I don't want to be the Blessed Land's owner, I need to go out and save them. Lady Xiao Yun was naturally Zhao Lianyun. And Lady Xiao Li was Chang Li. Back then, in order to win over Ma Yingjie, Chang Biao married his adopted daughter Chang Li to Ma Hongyun, thus Chang Li was Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant Sons Will seem to think highly of Ma Hongyun, laughing heartily, ha ha ha, tender feelings for the fairer sex, as expected of my, Giant Son's, descendant. Kid, as long as you become the owner of Imperial Court, this will be your territory. At that time, you can arrange as many women as you want. Ma Hongyun was stunned, before stubbornly shouting, no, it is so dangerous outside now, I need to save the 2 of them first. No matter what it is, we will talk about it later. Let me out quickly. Foolish kid, with your strength, it will be hard for you to protect yourself, how can you protect others? Giant Sons Will laughed heartily, just stay here obediently and cooperate with me to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. I'll save your woman. Giant Sons Will was swift and decisive, the moment he finished speaking, he made his move. Large numbers of Gu masters were drawn into Truyang building, almost all of them had Giant Sun's bloodline. These were his descendants, the reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up was to benefit his descendants. Of course, Giant Sons Will did not save these descendants who did not have Gu master aptitude. Fang Yuan saw all of this. Giant Sons Will made his move again, this time, many people were drawn into the tower. Mo Yao's will said in his mind. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, floating in the air and looking at the sacred palace far away. But this place was already thousands of li away from his original location. The calamities and tribulations were getting more and more terrifying, Fang Yuan could only retreat again and again to avoid them. Around the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to intensify, it was already extremely dangerous. Frost Jade Peacock's move was too drastic, even the power of Northern Plains' great blizzard of 10 years was attracted here. Right now, the sacred palace was mostly destroyed, broken walls were flying around in the wind, it was no longer as majestic and glorious as before. 88-point Jinyang Tower's situation was worrying, it was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The inner layer was chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while the outer layer was a fierce blizzard that was getting thicker and thicker. Giant Sun's will has already awakened, he wants you dead, it is already a good thing that he did not target you, he will definitely not come to save us. We should retreat and go back to take Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion has a lot of immortal essence that I left behind back then, it can be used by itself. Go back to Central Continent and return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, the benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination, why take the risk here? In his mind, Mo Yao continued to persuade. The situation had reached this point, the whole of Imperial Court Blessed Land was affected. Giant Sun's will had awakened, Water Pavilion could no longer hide, it was a good chance to retreat now while True Yang Building was busy with itself and suppressed by the heavenly tribulations. Retreat? Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, he looked at the glass owner token in his hand and sneered. This glass owner token was tightly gripped by him. This was a heavy trump card, he had not used it yet. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the special Will Gu formation, it was specially used to deal with Giant Sun's will. The second was the Sealing Gu formation, it could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal had left behind. The third method was more concealed and had greater power, it could temporarily pull Giant Sun's will out of True Yang Building. The glass owner token was the key to activating these 3 methods. Right now, the first 2 methods had been used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger than the first 2, it could be considered a trump card. Especially now. 88-point Jinyang Tower was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, once Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, he would definitely suffer from the terrifying attacks of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's words were indeed wise and prudent, but how could one gain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? At the same time, inside True Yang Building, Changli and Zhao Yenyun were pulled into the tower by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun out of thin air. Lady Xiao Yun, Lady Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was overjoyed as he flew towards them. Husband. Changli was surprised and happy as she escaped danger, directly throwing herself into Ma Hongyun's embrace. Zhao Yenyun also quickly walked to Ma Hongyun's side, her face filled with the joy of surviving a desperate situation. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun, silly boy, to think there would be a time when you were useful. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Ma Hongyun let go of her, sincerely looking at Giant Sun's will in the air, thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, an intense tremor could be felt. At once, the whole forest was shaking. What's going on? Changli and Zhao Yenyun turned pale. Alright, don't talk nonsense, the heavenly tribulations are getting heavier, if this continues, even 88-point Jinyang Tower will not be able to withstand it. You need to become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land as soon as possible, hurry up and do this. Giant Sun's will's expression changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam, a group of tall tree men slowly walked over, each footstep was like the rumbling of thunder. The Traiants bent down and opened their lush palms, revealing the giant peacock that was unable to move. This is Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced. At the same time, false emotion fake Will Gu slowly flew towards Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 620. Listen to my instructions, hold your breath, remain calm, be at ease, don't let your thoughts run wild. Giant Sun's will instructed in a leisurely tone. Hei Lulan slowly closed her eyes, relaxing her breathing. Zhao Yenyun and Changli watched from the side, not daring to make a sound. A light breeze blew, the leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right, suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock, he shouted in surprise, "Look, this peacock is alive, it is crying." The tranquil atmosphere was suddenly destroyed, Giant Sun's will's voice stopped. He Lulan endured her irritation, angrily opening her eyes and scolding, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. If the land spirit dies, it means the blessed land is finished. Who cares if it is crying or not, just do as I say." "Oh, oh. So it was like this, I was wrong, I was wrong." Ma Hongyun was frightened by the angry black tyrant, quickly nodding his head in agreement. "Calm your mind, get rid of all distracting thoughts, don't think too much about anything, only like this can you display false emotion fake will Gu's power better. Giant sons will continue to instruct." He Lulan closed her eyes, her breathing became lighter, a light breeze blew, bringing along the fragrance of plants. Wait a minute, wait a minute." Ma Hongyun suddenly shouted. "You brat, you are courting death." He Lulan clenched her fists, a huge anger rising in her chest, she was flustered and exasperated. "Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. You want me to have feelings for a man, I cannot accept it." Ma Hongyun was afraid of He Lulan's might, he muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against He Lulan while pleading with Giant Sun's will. "Disgraceful thing." He Lulan gritted her teeth, her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Her eyes shone with an ominous light. If not for Giant Sun's will being beside him, with his violent nature, he would have already punched and exploded Ma Hongyun's head. "Idiot. The most important thing now is to save the blessed land, to salvage the situation. So what if you are a man? It's okay to be a little more carefree. I support you." Zhao Lianyun immediately shouted. She was worried that He Lulan would make things difficult for her. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in her eyes. "That's right, my husband. Everything is more important than anything else. I don't mind." Changli also whispered in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, it's easy for you to say that. Ancestor, I've thought of an idea. Why don't my wife and I do it? We are sincere, we can even save you the false emotion fake will Gu." Ma Hongyun was simple and honest. He didn't think of the complicated relationship between them. To Giant Sun's will, it was impossible not to use false emotion fake will Gu. He Lulan's killing intent surged. Ma Hongyun's suggestion greatly harmed his interests. His anger was at its peak, but with Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to act out. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's suggestion, "Lad, you are still too young. Is true love so easy to find? In the face of a disaster, they fly away separately. Couples in the mortal world are often like this. Do you think your wife truly loves you?" He he he. Giant Sun's will's words made Chang Li's face turn pale. Indeed, Chang Li had never truly loved Ma Hongyun. Initially, she was sent to Ma tribe as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao, with the intention of befriending Ma Yingjie. But later on, Chang Biao died, Chang Li lost her backer and could only resign herself to fate, staying by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun had reached rank 3. He became Ma tribe's acting elder, his assets were no longer the same as before. He was also deeply trusted by Ma Yingjie and could afford to raise Chang Li. Ma Hongyun would become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun's will had already started investigating Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun, who had a close relationship with him. His method of investigation was simple, direct and effective. He directly sent a portion of his will into Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun's minds, flipping through their memories and thoughts. With the advantage of true yang building and the help of an immortal venerable, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun could not sense that their secrets were being rapidly exposed by Giant Sun's will. "Old ancestor, what do you mean?" Ma Hongyun frowned, he was foolish and daring, He Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, but he dared to directly question him. Giant Sun's will laughed, "You are indeed an idiot, lad. Never mind, it is understandable that your mind is not working fast, I will give you a lesson now. This wife of yours has an ulterior motive for getting close to you. She was purposely sent here by her foster father. Even when you saved the damsel in distress back then, it was merely a show. Chang Li's face turned pale, her body trembled. He Lulan was unmoved, he was already used to such dirty political tricks. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, he did not believe it. Giant Sons will continued, there is also this little female companion of yours, she is called Zhao Yenyun. She is somewhat intelligent, she had no choice but to accompany you, she was forced by the situation. In the depths of her heart, she did not even like you. She was only using you to protect herself. Of course, now that you have become stronger, she has already started to rely on you. Zhao Yenyun's heart turned cold, the feeling of having her thoughts seen through was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the clothes she was wearing had been ripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute. She was not an ordinary child, she was a transmigrator, the hardships of her fate made her realize the mysteriousness and cruelty of this world. At this moment, Giant Sun's will suddenly paused, the will image in the air opened its eyes wide, revealing an expression of shock and anger. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Giant Sun's will's tone changed, he stared at Zhao Yenyun with eyes filled with disgust, scaring Zhao Yenyun into retreating a few steps. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. You truly have guts, you truly have guts. But a pity, you met me. Giant Sun's will revealed a dense killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? He Lulan was shocked, with his knowledge, it was the first time he had heard of such a term. He looked at Zhao Yenyun, but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Even if Ma Hongyun was stupid, he could still sense that something was wrong. He quickly ran in front of Zhao Yenyun, opening his arms. Protecting her behind him. Brat, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sun's will raised his voice, his expression becoming cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know she is Lady Xiao Yun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death. Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Yenyun with all his might. Giant Sun's will shook his head, snickering. He disdained to explain, but for some reason, he had to explain, beaten to death. Brat, you are destined to become a Gu immortal. She will not help you. There will definitely be other people, other things that will help you. Otherworldly demons are the enemies of the whole world, they are a huge threat. If they are allowed to grow, the consequences will be unthinkable. There was once an otherworldly demon, when he matured, he almost destroyed the 5 regions. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun's will's words. It was truly too sensational. From his words, it sounded like an otherworldly demon was in existence that could rival rank 9 venerables. How was this possible? But the person who said this was someone that He Lulan had no choice but to believe. At once, He Lulan's gaze towards Zhao Yenyun was filled with killing intent. No, Lady Xiao Yun is innocent, you cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun persisted in his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Yenyun. Zhao Yenyun was stunned. She looked at Ma Hongyun's lonely figure, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demon was, but she had already guessed that it had something to do with her transmigration. She forcefully wiped away her tears, her lips curling into a resolute arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly wanted to protect her, she could not implicate Ma Hongyun because of this. She took a step forward, standing in front of Ma Hongyun, raising her head to face Giant Sun's will in the air, her tone firm, if you want to take my life, come and take it. Good. Giant Sun's will laughed malevolently, his killing intent surging. There was no trace of sympathy. He was an enormous will formed from the special will Gu. The difference between special will and other wills was, the Gu Master would give it a special action, and this action would be triggered when a specific situation was satisfied. And this giant sun's will, when it was formed, had been given a deep meaning by the main body, when it discovered the otherworldly demon. Regardless of the situation, killing the otherworldly demon was the most important task. Giant Sun's will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. It was already praiseworthy for him to be able to endure until now. No. Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad and shouted. In a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun in his embrace. Otherworldly demon, your death is not to be regretted. Giant Sun's will sneered and was about to attack. But the next moment, his expression froze and he roared towards the sky. Damn it. The angry roar suddenly stopped, and the will's influence in the air suddenly disappeared. Giant Sun's will only felt a strong and irresistible force dragging him outside 88-point Jinyang Tower. What happened? What happened? Be it He Lulan or Ma Hongyun, they were both stunned on the spot, not expecting this to happen. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's will was so powerful, why did it suddenly disappear? Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the golden sand-like majestic will envelop the whole of Truyang Tower. Rumble. A vast number of chaotic lightning balls exploded one after another. Chaotic lightning balls could cause people to fall into chaos, and in essence, they targeted thoughts and wills. Giant Sun's will was countered by the chaotic lightning balls, and was immediately battered by the explosions. Large amounts of his body parts flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke was hitting him while he was down, swallowing pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was truly too majestic. The outer layer of his will was being devoured by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while the inner layer was desperately trying to drill into the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was originally controlled by Giant Sun's will, but now it was an empty tower. Although the skeleton was still there, many goo worms inside had stopped working. It was like thousands of soldiers suddenly losing their commander. They could only rely on their instincts and habits. At this moment, 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely fragile. Chapter 621. Ant, I'm going to kill you. Giant Sun's will was furious after being ambushed again. It immediately sent out a majestic current of will towards Fang Yuan, who was far away. However, this current of will was washed away by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer. It had shrunk by 30%. After being whittled away by the outer layer's blizzard, it had shrunk by another 20%. By the time it reached Fang Yuan, it had already shrunk by more than half. At this level, I can only maintain it for less than 15 minutes. Fang Yuan ignored the incoming attack. His mind was calm as he silently estimated the duration of the third method. He gripped the glass owner token tightly, and with a thought, he appeared in 88 Truyang building in a flash. This was the power of the glass abode master token. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had relied on this to secretly teleport, keeping everyone in the dark. At the next moment, he appeared in an icy mountain, causing the current of will to miss. The world was white, the bone-chilling wind blew on his face. Roar, roar, roar. Three-eyed snow rabbits that were as tall as humans with bulging muscles drilled out from the depths of the snowy ground, and in a short period of time, they surrounded Fang Yuan. This was naturally one of the checkpoints in 88-point Jinyang Tower, and Tai Bai Yunxing was here. The number of snow rabbits increased. Soon there were tens of thousands of them, and they glared at Fang Yuan. In terms of close combat ability, these snow rabbits were not inferior to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. In a world of ice and snow, their combat strength even surpassed that of an ordinary wolf pack. They had large numbers of wild goo on their bodies. They were even more ferocious. To break through their obstruction, one would need to expend a lot of energy, as well as a lot of time. But Fang Yuan had the glass owner token, he did not need to force his way through. With a thought, the glass abode master token flashed with a faint light. The snow rabbits showed a confused expression, their killing intent dissipating. With a wave of Fang Yuan's hand, they scattered and burrowed into the thick snow, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Using the glass owner token, Fang Yuan could control many floors of the True Yang building. He had purposely held back. He didn't control all of them, so there were still some spots left. Now that he had used it, he could immediately turn this barrier into his own. Without the hindrance of Giant Sun's will, he smoothly became the true controller of this checkpoint. Dispersing these snow rabbits was naturally an easy task. Kacha, the glacier cracked open, revealing a hole. The hole extended downwards, all the way into the iceberg. Fang Yuan entered the cave and ran quickly. Soon, he saw Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's hair was as white as snow. He was sealed in a block of ice and seemed to be in a deep slumber. Motionless. During his tribulation, he was struck by the chaotic lightning ball and fell into a state of chaos, unable to think. Thus, Giant Sun's will easily sucked him into the building. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and was also a Gu immortal. He was not easy to control. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Giant Sun's will seized the time to deal with the land spirit. Thus, he took the chance to seal him here. Fang Yuan willed, the ice broke and Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly woke up. Chang Shanin. Tai Bai Yunsheng gradually regained his senses. He looked around and recalled, staring at Fang Yuan. Even though he had always been disgusted by Fang Yuan's ruthless actions, he showed gratitude at this moment. You saved me? Fang Yuan smiled proudly. If I did not save you, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunsheng, do you know that you are facing a great calamity, your death tribulation is upon you. A great calamity, my death tribulation is upon me? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. This famous person was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and smiled at Fang Yuan. I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng with resentment, explaining, I received master's orders to infiltrate True Yang building and release the land spirit seal, intending to overthrow True Yang building and take control of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Master also gave me the glass owner token to use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But along the way, you suddenly ascended to an immortal, and Giant Sun's will borrowed your strength to weaken the land spirit, leading to this dangerous situation. You think you are favored by Giant Sun's will? He is only using you to protect True Yang building. Now, you have already lost your value and are sealed. If I did not save you, you would have fallen into Giant Sun's will's hands, unable to live or die. What? Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned, revealing a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words, not only was there a lot of information, it was also very impactful. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fang Yuan, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his frown becoming deeper and deeper. I was wondering why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will. After being sucked into True Yang building, I was sealed for no reason. According to what you said, everything can be explained. But, who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Although you released my seal, it does not mean that I will unconditionally believe your words. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Who am I? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Saying that, he took a step back, and in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng, he took out a knife and slowly cut his forehead. A line of blood followed the edge of the knife, extending all the way to his abdomen. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, holding the knife in a reverse grip. He aimed at the back of his head and cut downwards, his 2 hands holding the knife alternately, cutting a wound. 2 long wounds quickly oozed out scarlet blood. Intense pain came, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he cut wounds of all sizes on his arms, thighs and other crucial areas. Throughout the process, his wrist was as steady as a mountain rock, his expression indifferent, as if he was cutting someone else and not himself, not feeling any pain. "What are you doing?" Tai Bai Yunsheng shivered inwardly, taking a step back, suspicion rising in his heart. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth, first stripping off his clothes, then his skin. His movements were clean and efficient. There was not an inch of skin left on his body, only bright red tendons were left. Like a blood monster, his white gums were exposed, looking extremely horrifying. Next, Fang Yuan activated his healing goo worm. Bathing in a jade-green light, his whole body quickly grew new tender skin. The skin gradually covered his whole body, and when the green light dissipated, what appeared in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan's true appearance. "Ah! So you are not Chang Shanin. You are pretending to be him. Who exactly are you?" Although Tai Bai Yunsheng was benevolent, he was not stupid. When he saw this scene, he immediately understood the truth. He felt even more fear in his heart. The Fang Yuan in front of him, although only an ordinary-looking young man, had an extraordinary aura. Especially his eyes that were like an ancient lake, deep and unfathomable. His whole body emitted a dense rank 5 peak stage aura, his gaze was sharp like a blade. Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen countless people, with one look, he could tell that Fang Yuan was a proud person with a firm will. A genius who did not fear any challenge. Such a person, Tai Bai Yunsheng had only seen a few in his entire life. "Who am I?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his lips curling into a trace of arrogance, his expression lively. His gaze was bright. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone was solemn. His words were filled with sincerity that made people subconsciously believe him. "My real name is Fang Yuan, I came from Central Continent to Northern Plains with an important master's order, we are from the same sect." Fang Yuan. The same master and disciple? Bo. Astonished, shock and astonishment filled his heart. Bo continuously attacked Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. "What do you mean?" We are from the same sect, you still don't understand?" "It means that your master and I are the same person, our relationship is that of senior and junior brothers." Fang Yuan frowned, his tone showing some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan, he naturally understood, it was just that he could not comprehend the significance of this at the moment. When he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, a figure appeared in his mind. It was an old beggar. He had a head of purple-red messy hair, at times he was crazy, at times he was unconscious. But when he was awake, the old beggar's gaze was like the sea, his aura was intimidating. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng kindly gave the old beggar a bowl of water to drink. When the old beggar woke up, he gave him 3 gu immortal true inheritances to choose from. In the end, the young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the 3rd true inheritance. This was the deepest impression in Tai Bai Yunsheng's memory, he could not forget it for the rest of his life. For many days and nights, he would always think of the old beggar's figure. He was the one who saved the confused Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunsheng up from the bottom. It could be said that the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not be the current Tai Bai Yunsheng. "Master!" Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered. All along, he had treated the old beggar as his supreme master. His body could not help but tremble. He had tried to investigate the old beggar's whereabouts, and had never stopped trying. But so many years had passed, he had almost traveled all over Northern Plains, but there was no progress. The old beggar was mysterious, appearing suddenly and disappearing mysteriously. Now, when Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly heard news about his master, he was filled with excitement, joy, and even more disbelief. "Now, listen carefully." Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone was not polite. "Master's name is Zishan Makoto, he has 6 disciples, I, Fang Yuan, am the 5th, I cultivate strength path and enslavement path, both paths are Gu immortal true inheritances. Zishan Makoto, Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunsheng was like a treasure. He chewed on the name Fang Yuan fabricated out of thin air. The old beggar's messy purple hair appeared in his mind. Master usually does not care about his appearance. He likes to travel the world and explore secrets. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him talk about you. He once gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. If it were me, I would definitely choose the first one. That fire path inheritance is the inheritance of Burning Sea Heavenly Immortal. It has astonishing power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and lively, as if such a thing really happened. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and his heart shook. He had never mentioned this experience to anyone. But Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. He actually accurately described the situation back then. He naturally did not know that Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had the immortal recipe of landscape as before Gu. Then, you are my senior brother. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan. His gaze had already changed greatly. Fang Yuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction. You can barely be considered an in-name disciple. Master actually has many. You cannot be compared to a direct disciple like me. But according to the rules of the sect, as long as an in-name disciple succeeds in immortal ascension, he will be promoted to a direct disciple. According to the ranking, you are now my, that, 5th senior brother. Oh. Tai Bai Yunsheng slightly raised his brows. What are you so proud of? You are only ranked ahead of me because of your Gu immortal status. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Wait until I become a Gu immortal. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. After I defeat you, I will become your 5th senior brother. Of course, looking at your old appearance, you don't have much lifespan left. Maybe I don't even need to become an immortal. I can just wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's tone and attitude were extremely impolite, and even carried obvious hatred. This was where his brilliance lay. If he was allowed to speak with passion. If he raised his hand to swear, Tai Bai Yunsheng might not believe him. But it was precisely because of this rejection and conflict that made Tai Bai Yunsheng relax his vigilance and gradually choose to believe him. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng was quite old, compared to Fang Yuan who had 500 years of experience, he paled in comparison. Fang Yuan did not give a direct explanation. But with just a few words, Tai Bai Yunsheng understood the whole story and saw a corner of the sect. Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered, then, 6th junior brother. Fang Yuan immediately stretched out his hand. Don't call me that, I am not familiar with you. My mission was originally going well. You messed it up. Do you know how much time Master spent to make the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now it turned out like this. How am I going to explain this to Master when I return? Just call me Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng was powerlessly interrupted by Fang Yuan and could not get angry. Instead he felt a sense of guilt. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, sincerely asking for guidance. Then, Fang Yuan, now that things have come to this, how can I help you to recoup the sect's losses? Success. He, splendid, truly splendid, lad. You are truly sinister. TSK. With just a few words, you swindled a Gu immortal's battle strength. Mo Yao had been observing from the side, but at this moment, she could not help but appear in Fang Yuan's mind, praising Fang Yuan's performance endlessly. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he said unhappily, after talking for so long, Tai Bai Yunsheng, you finally said something sensible. Master's eyes are not wrong, he did not nurture an ingrate. Knowing kindness and repaying it is the role model of our generation. The situation is terrible now, and most importantly, we do not have much time left. I have already used the 3 methods Master left behind. You need to cooperate with me. Now, we can only rely on the two of us. Please instruct me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bowed again. First, use this. Fang Yuan grinned, throwing out the 15-year lifespan goo. This is. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at this lifespan goo and his expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Use it, you might have immortal goo man as before, but that thing consumes a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly die of old age at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan's tone was vicious, his expression cold. But Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a sense of warmth. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had gone through many trials and tribulations, his grasp of people's hearts had reached the peak. This lifespan goo, the glass owner token in my hand, can control a portion of the round. There is only one lifespan goo in True Yang building, quickly use it, don't dawdle. But Tai Bai Yunsheng did not use it in the end, instead keeping it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Even now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan goo in his hand seemed to have that familiar smell of blood. What's wrong with you? Fang Yuan was furious, pretending he did not know anything. There are some reasons. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyelids drooped, before raising his gaze, firmly looking at Fang Yuan. Anyway, don't worry, I will provide you with the greatest help. Fang Yuan stared fixedly at Tai Bai Yunsheng, gritting his teeth. Scoundrel, do you know I did not hesitate to use the glass owner token to get this lifespan goo? Tai Bai Yunsheng was silent, his gaze was gentle like jade, but filled with determination. Fang Yuan's words made him feel even more warmth in his heart, the last trace of suspicion also vanished. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to feel Tai Bai Yunsheng's determination, retracting his gaze. If you were not a goo immortal and a personal disciple, I would not care about your life or death. Alright, according to the contents of your true inheritance, and your performance in the tribulation, you should have the immortal goo landscape as before, right? Yes. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, yes. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he opened his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth, not concealing his joy. Very good, follow me. Saying so, a large group of starlight firefly goo flew out of his aperture. Oh, right, hold these two for me, put them in your immortal aperture, I can't bring them. I can't bring it. Fang Yuan casually tossed it. Immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng's pupils shrunk. Chapter 622. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal had been waiting at the Stargate for a long time. After seeing Fang Yuan's figure, she immediately jumped in front of him and hugged his thigh, using her cute apple-like face to rub against him. Hee, it has been hard on you these days when I was not around. Fang Yuan's face showed a gentle smile, he stretched out his hand and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's small head. Little Hu Immortal's pair of fox ears immediately trembled, her face showing a happy expression, a snow-white fox tail lightly swaying behind her small butt. This is, the land spirit? That means this is a blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng followed closely and stepped out of the Stargate. After seeing Little Hu Immortal, he could not help but be shocked. He had heard Little Hu Immortal calling Fang Yuan master. Fang Yuan was only a mortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. There were also people in history who had such a fortuitous encounter. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal. When he was still a mortal, he was lucky enough to inherit Imperial Court Blessed Land. After that, Imperial Court Blessed Land gave Giant Sun Immortal a huge help in his cultivation. This central continent Blessed Land is called Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I received master's orders and forcefully seized it from several central continent sections. Fang Yuan replied with a proud expression. Immediately, Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze changed again. Immortals and mortals were different, but now he was truly looking at Fang Yuan as an equal. He could not help but ask, thinking about it, the process of seizing this blessed land must have been very dangerous, right? Of course, thinking about it now, I still have some lingering fear. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. But speaking of which, the winner takes all. Everything is that simple. I obtained the blessed land and became the final victor. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing in his heart. This benefit was huge. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a dead Gu immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was equivalent to inheriting the Gu immortal's immortal aperture and continuing to cultivate. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yunxing's impression of Fang Yuan's adventurous character deepened. Master, who is he? Little Hu immortal saw Tai Bai Yunxing and sensed the Gu immortal aura overflowing from his body. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and alert. Don't worry, he's one of us. You are here to help us save Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan comforted Little Fox Immortal, quickly bring us to Dang Hun Mountain. When Little Fox Immortal heard this, her eyes lit up. She believed her master's words without reservation. Therefore, he immediately let down his guard and led Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Together, they disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were teleported to the center of the blessed land and saw Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain had already been mixed and corroded to the point that it was unbearable to look at. The once towering Dang Hun Mountain was now reduced to a small mound. Previously, in Dang Hun Mountain, the Dang Hun Palace that was created was naturally destroyed long ago. Master, if you were any later, you wouldn't have been able to see Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's tone was sorrowful. Fang Yuan lightly stroked her small head and turned to look at Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing was a smart person. Seeing this scene and recalling Fang Yuan's words, he guessed Fang Yuan's intention in inviting him. He nodded towards Fang Yuan and took out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the aura of the immortal Gu filled the surrounding space. This is... Little Hu Immortal stared with her watery eyes. This was the first time she saw landscape as before Gu. This Gu was like a ladybug, fist-sized and jade-like all over its body. There were natural patterns on its round shell. Half of the patterns were long and winding, depicting rivers and lakes, while the other half was steep and overlapping, depicting hills and peaks. Tai Bai Yunxing lightly shouted and a bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a ray of light and entered landscape as before Gu in the blink of an eye. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with a jade-like radiance that shot up to the sky, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. The radiance enveloped the damaged Dang Hun Mountain. Gruel mud on the surface of Dang Hun Mountain immediately calmed down under the jade light. The power of immortal Gu gruel mud was quickly neutralized until it disappeared. The jade light gradually dimmed and Tai Bai Yunxing threw in a second bead of green grape immortal essence. The jade light regained its strength and covered the damaged Dang Hun Mountain, continuously cleansing it. The small mound of Dang Hun Mountain, under the nourishment of the radiance, grew taller and stronger at a visible speed. Dang Hun Mountain is back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her small hands and laughed happily. But good times did not last long. Dang Hun Mountain only recovered 20% before the jade light weakened again. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed slightly. What mountain is this? It actually consumes so much green grape immortal essence. When he became an immortal, he had produced 36 beads of green grape immortal essence. But after that, he used his movement Gu and dodged the chaotic lightning balls, expending one bead. In his own immortal aperture, he resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities that formed after the formation of the immortal Gu, and used landscape as before Gu to restore his immortal aperture to its original state, expending a total of 3 beads. Tai Bai Yunxing was very clear about the preciousness of immortal essence. Now that he had just restored Dang Hun Mountain, he had already expended 2 beads of immortal essence. Looking at this situation, he would need to expend at least 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain. Tai Bai Yunsheng finally heard it clearly and his expression changed, his eyes widening as he said in shock, "Could it be? In the legends of Renzu, could there be a second Dang Hun Mountain?" Fang Yuan's smile deepened. To think that I would actually see the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. This is the soul cultivation holy land that even spectral soul demon Venerable praises endlessly. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed with emotion, praising it endlessly. Even for him, this was the first time he was seeing such a legendary object. Glancing at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze had a subtle change again. He did not speak, silently using the third bead of immortal essence and continued to activate landscape as before Gu. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% of its original state, the jade light was not as strong as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng used the fourth bead, the fifth bead of green grape immortal essence, until the sixth bead, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 100%. As expected of Dang Hun Mountain, I expended a total of 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did I complete the restoration. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered as he looked at the mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificent. It was not something a normal mountain could compare to. It was a crystal mountain, pink in color and emitted a dreamy light. It was unforgettable. Master, Dang Hun Mountain's illness is finally cured. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red, sob. She cried tears of joy as she lowered her head. She used the back of her delicate hands to wipe away her tears. Fang Yuan looked at Dang Hun Mountain, letting out a breath of turbid air. At this point, his goal of infiltrating Northern Plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of hard work, the dangers of the battlefield, the careful disguise, the painstaking planning. None of it was wasted. Right now, Fang Yuan's heart was burning with a blazing flame. The name of this blazing flame was ambition. The fully restored Dang Hun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There was still a good opportunity in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was excluded from the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was like an ownerless piece of land. False emotion fake will Gu was an immortal Gu, it was hard to capture. But Fang Yuan's glib tongue had already obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust, he had successfully roped in a crucial battle strength that could influence the situation. At that time, he could use the Gu Immortal's will to forcefully refine the false emotion fake will Gu. It was not impossible. Let's go back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan left in a hurry. He left Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Before leaving, he handed the soul-devouring toad to little Hu Immortal. Soul-devouring toad was a storage Gu, it was filled with souls of both humans and beasts, most of them were collected by Fang Yuan from the battlefield. Using Dang Hun Mountain, he could produce a large number of guts Gu. Returning to 88-point Jinyang Tower, more than half of the Starlight Firefly Gu supporting the Stargate had been lost. Fang Yuan quickly stored the rest back into his aperture. It was not easy to accumulate Starlight Firefly Gu. The current amount could only support one more opening of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. This time, they went from Northern Plains to Central Continent, and from Central Continent to Northern Plains. It was simply unrestrained, so close yet so far. Tai Bai Yunsheng had only heard of whole Earth Gu and connecting Heaven Gu, they could allow blessed lands and grotto heavens to connect, but he had never seen such a method. I'm afraid only a person like Sixth Junior Brother is worthy of such a powerful method. Maybe, Master taught him this. The trip to Hu Immortal Blessed Land made Tai Bai Yunsheng trust Fang Yuan even more. Fang Yuan was only a mortal now, but he had a blessed land, this in itself was enough to prove many problems. The magnificent scenery of Dang Hun Mountain was deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart. Seeing is believing, hearsay is false. Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to believe. Fang Yuan first showed his true appearance, then used lifespan Gu, secret information, and so on to gain Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. He also solved Tai Bai Yunqing's doubts. Why did True Yang Building help him undergo tribulation for no reason? Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed Tai Bai Yunqing were almost all true, only the crucial parts were lies. 9 truths and 1 lie, the lies became the truth. Especially this lie, it was Tai Bai Yunqing's deepest secret. After being soul-searched by Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunqing had never revealed it to anyone. The most amazing part of this was that Fang Yuan understood Tai Bai Yunqing's mentality. Tai Bai Yunqing felt extremely guilty for betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He had once denied the value of his existence, and after being provoked, he impulsively underwent tribulation with thoughts of suicide. But after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a Gu immortal, he stood at a whole new height and saw a different scenery. His mind started to become active, especially after going through so much to pass the tribulation and obtain an immortal aperture. He did not want to die so much. He wanted to start anew. But he still had a knot in his heart. He needed hope, he needed recognition. This psychological need was something that even Tai Bai Yunqing did not notice. But Fang Yuan noticed it and gave him recognition. Especially Fang Yuan's recognition, to a certain extent, it represented his teacher's recognition. In Tai Bai Yunqing's heart, he deeply respected his teacher. His teacher's recognition made him feel that he still had value in living. A mysterious sect, a whole new scenery, it piqued his curiosity. He was at the peak of mortals, he had experienced the mortal world, but on the path to immortality, he was still a child who had just started. The 15-year lifespan Gu was in his possession. He was no longer anxious, he also felt guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything, but also gave him a large amount of irrefutable evidence. The most important thing was, from the deepest part of his heart, he was willing to believe in Fang Yuan. But those who were deceived, was it really because they were stupid? No. It was just that they were willing to believe. I will return your immortal Gu to you. Tai Bai Yunqing threw fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received them as if nothing had happened. His casual attitude towards immortal Gu and his trust towards Tai Bai Yunqing once again made Tai Bai Yunqing feel moved. But when Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand and sensed it, he was shocked and quickly brought Tai Bai Yunqing to another round. Ancient trees towered into the sky, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing were in a vast forest. Roars and angry shouts resounded continuously. Giant trees uprooted their roots and stood up, turning into a tall tree man. In an instant, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing were heavily surrounded by tree man. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was solemn, he did not care about a single tree man, but the number of tree man here was extremely shocking. To completely eliminate all of them, he would need to pay a huge price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly shook the glass owner token in his hand, immediately turning this round into his own. The tree man's charging momentum stopped, its killing intent extinguished. While Tai Bai Yunqing was in a daze, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly brought him in front of He Lulan and Ma Hongyun. Right now, there was a huge change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yenyun were hiding under its wings. Surrounding them were layers upon layers of tree man, surrounding them and attacking them. He Lulan was fighting alone not far away, the false emotion fake Wu Gu was resting on his shoulder. While fending off the attacks of the treants, he continued to attack Ma, Zhao, and Chang. But these attacks were all blocked by the Frost Jade Peacock's light barrier midway. Lord He Lulan, you are also being attacked by the tree man, you are in the same situation as us. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lulan snorted coldly, didn't you hear what ancestors said earlier? This woman of yours is an otherworldly demon, her origin is mysterious, she is a disaster and must be eliminated. Who knows, she might be on the same side as the fake Chang Shan Yin. ancestor was just about to attack her when he suddenly disappeared and met with a mishap. You are of Giant Sun's bloodline, a person of Northern Plains, yet you can't differentiate right from wrong, you are protecting an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted, she is not an otherworldly demon, she is innocent. Lord He Lulan, don't waste your energy, the two of us have already been recognized by the land's spirit, with its help, you cannot kill us. It turned out that when Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, this round had no one in charge and was automatically activated. The tree man treated the land's spirit, Ma Hongyun and the rest as challengers. He Lulan wanted to kill Zhao Yenyun for Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun sacrificed himself to help, this caused Zhao Yenyun's heart to tremble and he truly fell in love with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had already given his heart to Zhao Yenyun, the two of them truly loved each other and the land's spirit took the initiative to recognize them as masters. At the crucial moment, the land's spirit created a defensive barrier for the two of them, blocking the fatal attacks of the tree man and He Lulan. As for Changli, she died tragically under the attacks of the tree man Fang Yuan, and Tai Baiyunsheng suddenly appeared on the tree man's crown and observed the battle. Ma Hongyun actually obtained the land spirit's recognition, this lad's luck is really amazing. Fang Yuan muttered with a complex tone. You know him? Tai Baiyunsheng was slightly shocked, he did not expect the Grand Fang Yuan to know this rank 3 initial stage nobody. It's you. He Lulan quickly sensed Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng, his pupils shrunk and he quickly jumped to the side, as if he was facing a great enemy. His eyelids twitched, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Giant Sun's will suddenly disappeared, the mysterious man impersonating Chang Shan-yin appeared again with Gu Immortal Tai Baiyunsheng beside him, the two seemed to have a close relationship. This situation was extremely disadvantageous to He Lulan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The land spirit's protective barrier continued to shrink, it was already surrounded by the tree man layer by layer. His and Zhao Yenyun's line of sight had already been blocked by the lush and dense leaves. What do we do now? Tai Baiyunsheng glanced at He Lulan who had a grim expression and asked calmly. Fang Yuan sneered, to topple Truyang building, we need to borrow the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Although Frost Jade Peacock has recognized a master, it is actually taking advantage of the fact that Giant Sun's will is not present and the sealing power on its body is not controlled by anyone, thus it is struggling at death's door. Most of its power has already been sealed again. The defensive light barrier is in imminent danger and cannot stop me. I will go and kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yenyun. You go and deal with He Lulan and obtain false emotion fake Will Gu. I believe with your Gu immortal battle strength, it should not be a problem. You need to move quickly, we do not have much time. Immortals and mortals are different, the difference between them is like a chasm. Don't worry. Tai Baiyunsheng smiled lightly and floated up, approaching He Lulan. Fang Yuan shot down like lightning, directly attacking Ma Hongyun. The surrounding tree man, under his will, followed him in layers. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.